All right. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. This is the Wednesday, April 24th, 2024 special meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Here to discuss a particular application for 377 North Wilton Road. I'll get into the description of the meeting, but I'll just take a roll call first. Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
Ken Turner,
Here.
Art Cassavant,
Here.
John Kriz,
Here.
Chris Herring,
Here.
John Engel, not here yet. Paul Knag is abstaining. Alan Swerdlow.
Here.
Tom Benton is not here. Christina Larson.
Here.
And Eric Knowles is abstaining. Okay, so if John shows up, he can join in. All right, so special meeting. The regular meeting items, there are two items here. One of them is a text amendment and the other one is a special permit modification. I'll read both items completely and we'll deliberate on both of them. They obviously tie together, but in the end, we'll end up voting on them separately. 377 North Wilton Road, discussion and consideration of the request of Stephen A. Finn, Wolfsey, Rosen, Queskin, and Kuryansky LLP, authorized agent for St. Luke's Foundation Incorporated, owners, for a zoning regulation amendment to the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, revised November 10th, 2023, to amend section 3.7.E.2 to add section 3.7.E.2.f, single level parking structures primarily used for passenger vehicles constructed underneath areas that are maintained as open space or athletic fields where the visual impact is mitigated by site design and the surrounding topography. Second item, also for 377 North Wilton Road, upon application of Stephen A. Finn, Wolfsey, Rosen, Queskin, Kuryansky LLP, authorized agent for the St. Luke's Foundation Incorporated, owners, for a site plan and special permit modification of sections 8.2.b, 6.4.g, and 3.7.e.2.f to allow construction of a surface level parking garage directly beneath an existing artificial turf football field, which will be renovated and elevated in the 4-acre zone at 377 North Wilton Road, map 40, block 105, lot 12, 90, and 135. Okay. Well, why don't we start with discussion on the text amendment? As we know, the public hearing portion of this application has been closed. Tonight, it is strictly the commission's deliberation and discussion. I don't think we're planning to vote tonight. The goal of tonight is to hopefully get in alignment with how we'd like to see the resolution for this text amendment and special permit to be drafted, and Sarah will take that back for next meeting to come back to us with a fully vetted version that we can then vote on. Tonight it is deliberation only and discussion, to be clear. So I open the floor. Commissioners, would anyone like to start?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
This is Commissioner Kriz. I am skeptical on this text amendment. I stated at our last meeting regarding the use of the term open space that I said it was a bad joke. I still believe that. To say that a parking garage is somehow creating open space is something I just cannot wrap my mind around, frankly. I've tried to, and I have not been successful. At this time, such parking garages are allowed in the business and retail zone. Now, we don't have any, we've done that I can think of, but there are some underneath buildings or like a ground floor of an apartment building, but this type of garage does not exist in the town of New Canaan, to my knowledge. But those are in the retail or business zone. This is a 4-acre residential zone where we have a institutional use in a residential zone. And so concerns on precedent and effects on the neighbors and the effects on the health and welfare of the town are on my mind. For text amendments such as this, I would remind myself and remind my fellow commissioners that the commission would be acting in the form of in our legislative power as opposed to administrative power. When we act of our legislative capacity, the commission has a wide berth in deciding what is best for the town of New Canaan. My North Star is always what is best in the long-term interest of the town of New Canaan, considering all constituencies, demographics, and factors. And so the actual text amendment hasn't been discussed that much during the hearings. The focus was on the special permit and some of the environmental and other effects. I think there was sort of a strategy to, my guess is to make that sort of a fait accompli, since the powers of this commission in its legislative capacity are quite broad. I think it's important when we think about these text amendment changes, particularly important ones like this, and this is an important one in my mind, is you have to think about, again, first principles. What is best for the long-term interests of the town of New Canaan? And when I think about parking issues and institutional uses in residential areas, I think of, let's say, Grace Farms, which was a very involved application for this commission, and there are many constraints on Grace Farms in its number of people on site, amount of parking, and various other constraints, which I would submit are more binding than those that now apply to St. Luke's, which is a grandfathered institutional use, and also in a very much in a residential neighborhood. Yes, I understand the traffic situation. I get it. I think much of this is simply because I would submit that the school has reached its limits of capacity. And the reason it is looking to do this is to a more intense development on site in order to increase the activity capacity of its site, which it currently has. And so the challenge is a bit one that the school has say created due to the greater intensity of use as far as number of students, staff, visitors, and so forth. And so when I think about this potential text amendment, I'm just concerned about effects on neighbors. I'm concerned about precedent. I'm concerned about a large structure, very large structure, to be placed in a what is clearly a residential area. And so I am very skeptical on whether approving this text amendment would be the right thing for the town of New Canaan. These are my reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. I think one thing that will help our discussions is clarity on the definition of parking structures, which we don't exactly have a definition in section 2.2 in our regs, Sarah, correct?
Correct.
But there's a sort of a hierarchy of obtaining that definition that I'd like you to explain if possible. When it's not specifically called out in our regs, there is steps that we're mandated to look to, or other reference points that we are required to look to for that definition. So can you expand on that?
So it's on page 7 of our zoning regulations, section 2.1C, terms not defined. In the interpretation and enforcement of these regulations, words not defined in this article shall be interpreted by the commission after consulting one or more of the following: the state building code as amended, the Connecticut general statutes as amended, the illustrated book of development definitions as amended, Black Laws Dictionary, and then a comprehensive general dictionary. So in preparation for this meeting, I went ahead and went through all of those sources. I didn't find definitions for a parking structure in the majority of those 5 resources listed, but in the illustrated book of development definitions, which is by Rutgers University Center for Urban Policy Research. I did find a definition, and it says parking structure, a building or structure consisting of more than one level and used to store motor vehicles.
More than one level?
Yeah, I was
More
gonna say,
than
just to
one-
clarify, this
more
is a
than-
one-level parking garage that we're considering in
Correct.
this regulation.
Correct. And to further help give a reference point, we do have other structures in the residential zone, actually right in this neighborhood, that have large underground parking garages below existing homes. Those do exist. Meaning like 10 cars or more. So they're, it's a completely different scale, I understand. But as far as a reference point of a underground parking garage or a, underground parking structure, that is already in existence here in this town.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would submit that an underground structure is different than above-ground structure
Mhm.
as far as impact on neighbors and the environment. And so many things underground are allowed. So for example, in New York, there are various air rights. You go vertical. If you want to dig down 6 stories, knock yourself out, you can do that. And
Mhm.
that's much easier. And so there's a difference between above grade and below grade
Mhm.
issues in many contexts.
Agreed.
So I would say those are more differences than distinctions, but that's my view. Thank you,
Understood.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will take sort of the opposing point of view, and then the rest of you guys can kind of chime in
Shoot.
on where you want to go here. I think that the issue here solely stems from the fact that we allow institutional uses in a residential zone. If it were not for that, I'm not sure there would be much of a conflict if this were in downtown. Obviously, our commercial districts already allow for this type of thing, given a special permit. I don't think we'd be having the same level of conversation. And I could go on for a long time about how I feel about allowing institutional districts in a residential zone. I will not do that to you tonight. But we do, and we have, as far as I know, since, the beginning of our zoning. And a lot of these institutional uses predate the zoning, including St. Luke's School. So I think it's a bit misleading to say that we are allowing a parking garage, to only say we're allowing a parking garage if we approve this in a residential zone. Because we allow a lot of things in the residential zone when it comes to institutional uses. We allow schools, we allow churches, we allow museums, we have hospitals in residential zones, and all of those types of institutional uses come with a lot of parking. In some cases, I would say probably more parking than some of the businesses we have in downtown, that they require a lot of parking. So I think that, in my personal opinion, that structured parking comes with more benefits to the environment and probably to the neighborhood than having surface parking. And that's the alternative of the situation here. And as it stands right now in our zoning ordinance, surface parking is allowed basically by right. They wouldn't have to come for a special permit for that. So I think we need to think about what sort of policy we're setting here in terms of what type of development we want to encourage. That's how I think about text amendments and what we should be doing. And, I think we should be encouraging, for a lot of reasons, to basically have non-invasive parking where we can. And I agree that, Grace Farms, we spent a lot of time talking at Grace Farms about the parking situation there. I mean, again, it's my personal opinion, but if they came back and said, you know what, we're going to go below grade and do I don't know what we allow them, 226 space parking structure and put fields on top of it or walking trails or whatever, to me, that'd be a huge win. And I think the neighbors would be pleased. I mean, I don't know if they would or not, but so I think we need to really consider allowing institutional uses to have parking structures, even though they are in residential zones, because I think that there are environmental benefits from that, including less impervious surface, less surface runoff, a more efficient use of land, protection of open space, meaning that you're not developing on other parts of the site where the surface parking would go, or so you can protect it for other uses. And so I think that we need to ask ourselves, should we basically allow institutional uses to have the same rights as commercial uses in our downtown, given that a lot of them are in some ways larger scale? And if so, what carrot do we provide them? And I think that allowing for an exemption of the coverage of the parking structure is an appropriate carrot. In the downtown districts where we allow this type of development with a special permit, we allow for an increase in floor area ratio if you do subterranean parking or even structured parking. So I think, we should consider this, and I think the POCD supports it, and I could go into that. There are some changes I would make to the text amendment as worded, and I would specify that, as opposed to just being open to all uses in a residential zone, this is specifically for institutional and educational type uses in the residential zone, which are defined earlier in our zoning ordinance, where we talk about the types of uses in residential zones. Because again, it wouldn't make sense. I don't think it's financially feasible for every residence or any residence to do this, but I do think we need to really look at our institutional uses, and that it's odd that we allow them in residential zones. Not odd that we allow them, odd that they are zoned residentially. These are all things that we need in town. The way we've gone about zoning them, I think, is a little odd, but I don't think that they should be disadvantaged. And I think in the case of St. Luke's specifically, we put the belts and suspenders on whether this institution grows or not. And we have in the past with the level of service requirements for the driveway intersection there. And I think we can continue to do that going forward, or even change it if, I've heard them say through this application process that there should be no queuing on North Wilton Road. And
Well, that's something,
if that's a standard when we get to the application piece that we want to consider, then maybe we do that. Maybe we hold their feet to the fire and say, well, you said this was going to fix that problem. This was not something we granted you so that you could grow indefinitely. This is something we granted you to fix this other issue that we've had for a long time running.
yeah, to be fair, in the 13 or 14, it's on. For the 13 or 14 years I've been here, every application that St. Luke's has come to us for, when it had to do with building the field house, football fields, anything that they were doing, the biggest issue that the neighbors usually had was the traffic issue and how it would impact North Wilton Road and how bad it is in the mornings or in the evenings, queuing and pickup, et cetera, makes it a hazard for people trying to get through, for emergency vehicles, so on. So I actually commend the school for developing a solution that theoretically, according to their description, will solve that issue. Provide a queuing area, provide a parking location, and being able to get that traffic off the road is a huge benefit, I think, provided it does work as efficiently as they're describing. But I think, that is a very positive component to this application that we've struggled with for many years on all the previous St. Luke's applications. As far as the structure itself and being above grade or below grade or partially below grade, I think a lot of the, there's a lot that goes into the parking structure when it has a roof on it and ventilation and code compliance, et cetera. And they've nested it into the hill in such a way where they can satisfy code requirements on ventilation. But for the most part, it's going to be shielded by landscaping. Not only the landscaping between it and the neighbors to the west through the wetlands area, but even from the entrance, given the existing landscaping, you will see some garage as you approach it, inevitably. That will be there. But I think it's a creative way of solving placement on the site, creating a dual purpose that helps to solve the impervious area issue that a site like this has because of building coverage and site coverage overall. I think it does check those boxes. I completely understand the neighbors' concerns on drainage and discharge of pollutants. But we've already heard from the consultants and the first taxing district's consultant on what they tested for and what they came back with, and they've approved it. And this is the water company that provides us our drinking water. So I think that gives me a little more confidence in the solution of the field, the materials, the drainage, et cetera, that they've done things to protect their neighbors as best as possible. Now, we can put belts and suspenders on that. We've done this with all of our special permit applications, especially institutional use in town, where there is a large development, and we can put periodic testing in there. We can, traffic evaluations on a regular schedule. All of that can be part of a resolution that we discuss here. So it's not like, don't feel like we're trying to come up with a blanket approval here. Our goal is to develop, if we're going down the route of approval, to develop the proper set of guardrails and conditions and metrics by which not only will it be built, but it will be maintained and reported back to us that it's satisfying the goals. Mr. Casavant.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Casavant. I'm at a loss to understand how adding 200 units of parking can be environmentally advantageous, primarily because even if the 200 units did not cause much of an increase, we're close to a wetlands, and I do understand that the wetlands permit has been at least approved, but as opposed to generating an approach which would substantially reduce traffic, we would be potentially approving something here, which if it did not reduce traffic, there's no way back after the fact. We are, if we were to approve this, fundamentally saying it's okay to bring more traffic. And I will say, and this is not yet probably the point of saying this, but the only way that I could get comfortable with this is an absolute cap on enrollment, which we've discussed several times during these hearings. But I don't understand how adding a structure which would then leave available spaces is the quote best alternative for the community. And to go to Commissioner Chris's commentary, I go back to the remarks that I made in a prior meeting about the location of students enrolled at St. Luke's. If even, and Krista, even if you took your perspective, and I get it, but even if you thought it was environmentally perfectly neutral or better, we're still talking about impacting a neighborhood where only X percentage of the students, and it's a small percent, are New Canaan residents. So you're asking the abutters and the town to absorb what I believe will be both environmental issues, but more importantly, traffic issues, in an environment where that doesn't benefit the overall town.
Are you saying you just don't believe what the applicant's traffic engineer found, which is that it's going to resolve basically all the traffic issues?
So that's a great question. I spent a lot of time reviewing my notes on this. And yeah, I have lots of questions, as we always do with traffic, right? And traffic engineering reports, right? We go through this all of the time. And my real question is, okay, I'll accept that they assert that that's correct. And a certified PE did a great job of providing why they thought that that would improve the situation. My problem is this: as somebody who spent 4 years administering the challenges every time we get into one of the meetings on Grace Farms, what do we do if this doesn't work and traffic is worse or even the same? And, as an example, right, I don't understand what net benefit. I understand absolutely the net benefit for St. Luke's, but I drove around the perimeter of the campus a week ago, up on Soundview, then up North Wilton Road around the property. The campus with the leaves down is already quite enormous. And when I go there and I say to myself, if my task is to protect via, in fact, the guidance of the POCD, I am not understanding how increasing use and density can be helpful here. And one further point, and then I'll stop, is that when I look at that space up there, and I also look at the discussion we just had about institutional uses, grandfathered institutional uses, I get. But this is going beyond the grandfathered use. And we've had a growth per the schools representations and students. And, I guess, we will get to this when we discuss possible conditions, but the only condition that I could see that would get me there is an absolute hard stop, permanent, on student levels. And an absolute prohibition on juniors, sophomores, and below ever driving to school. And I mean, those may be conditions that are acceptable to the applicant, but I am not, having lived in this town for more than 30 years, I remain aware of the persistent issues of traffic up there. And when you drive around the school right now, and having been at the school many times over the course of many years for a variety of things, the campus keeps getting bigger and bigger. And if our only logic is it's a protected, non-conforming use, that's fine. I'd protect that forever, but I wouldn't allow it to grow.
Can I address what
Thank
you're, Dan, can I address what?
Of course.
Being said? So
Your mic.
Oh.
Microphone.
thank you, appreciate that. Let me get that position. So a couple of things. I've been a registered architect for almost 40 years. I've never heard of a parking structure being open space, no matter what it looks like or how it's configured. This open space is space that's not built upon. A parking garage is something that's built. So there's a disconnect there. But what I was more concerned with is why were they doing this? So I went on this little search of reading their annual reports for the last 4 years and came up with an interesting statement.
So I'm sorry, you need to stick to what's in the record. You can't,
Can't add
you're only
can't
talking
add
about
stuff
items that are in
now.
the record, not
Add things.
additional.
Well, that's really too
information.
bad because this would be breaking news here.
It is too bad, but
Yeah.
Is
it'll
there
You
get us
have
in
to-
is
legal
there any
trouble.
way I can at some point add this to the record?
No, the record is closed. We're only things that
Closed.
are in the record. So if you've,
What's been discussed at the meetings by the applicant, the
Okay.
neighbors or us.
So there's been no.
can you set aside what you learned outside of the research?
I will
Can
do
you
that.
put that aside and that won't impact your decision? Because you can't consider any information that's not in the record.
Well, I can't unsee it, unfortunately.
Understood, but you should likely
Okay.
state on the record.
But I
that
will tell
can
you what
put it
I've been
aside.
thinking and why I did this and not tell you what the result of that was, if that would work.
Well, Pete Gelderman's on the phone, right? Online?
Yeah.
Pete,
Yeah,
you
we
there?
should probably run it by him.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you just hear what Mr.
I-
Swedlow said?
I did.
What would you advise?
Well, he's right. You can't unsee something, but you also can't consider any evidence that's not part of the record. Because that doesn't allow anybody to either contest it, agree with it, anything of that nature. So I'm not exactly sure how you unsee that other than to come up with separate, some distinct rationale for a position that's based on something in the record.
Okay, that's fair. So based on what's in the record, I do not see any discussion of how they will limit other future building plans. And to me, looking at the record, seeing that they're planning for 200 plus additional spaces, it suggests to me that they actually have future development plans. And that's what I would be concerned about in this case. Not that they're trying to reconfigure parking to make it better or to provide better queuing opportunities, or to do anything that would improve the conditions there. And so I think we should be concerned about what opportunities this school gets by building a parking garage or building more parking spaces. And I'll leave it at that.
That's fine. And
Um,
I can chime in and second your concern, same concern that Mr. Casavant had. What is part of the record is the current site plan that St. Luke's had. Everyone's aware of that, right? They have the main campus, which now, as part of that main campus lot or mega lot, includes that residential property off Skyview at the tail end, right? And what was also put in record, sorry, Soundview. And what was also put in record is that they are currently the owners under separate LLCs of, I believe it was three properties,
Yeah.
3 or 4 residential properties.
I just want to, I think I know where you're going, but so the 2013 special permit clearly states that the permit is only valid as long as the campus stays the current size. So if they were to ever try to acquire more property and merge it to the existing parcel, they would have to get all new approval from the commission for it to ever
enough.
happen.
But the fact that they've already acquired these adjacent properties shows an intent for expansion, right? It's pretty obvious.
Or
And-
buffering itself,
Or buffering.
Or both.
or both.
It's Commissioner Chris, I concur, and as commissioners may remember, I brought this up at the last meeting. Anyway, about if they were to try to take some of their own residential lots that are adjacent to their property and convert them to institutional use, it's a whole big new thing. They have to
Oh,
come
yeah.
to us. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
We've had properties converted to institutional use. We know how many months, years we spent on those, so it's a big deal. So I think it's two. Commissioner Nielsen made a comment that it's a buffering. I agree. Begins now with a buffering, with an option to themselves, maybe to expand it in the future if that happens. We had an example of this with another institutional use. Remember Country School in New Canaan? You had
The adjacent house.
right by their new, I'm going to call it gymnasium.
Yep.
There was an elderly lady who had about a 2.5 acre, I think, lot, and it was her house was very close to it. And she talked about noise, she talked about traffic, she talked about lights. What do? They bought the property. So you can have, it's like the near abroad. You have a zone around you of properties you own, different than having with renters, let's assume. And it's different than having a owner occupier in those houses. And it gives them an option in the future. But if I look, I want to expand on the issue of Mr. Casavander brings up a good point on usage and intensity. Because they're grandfathered, I think they're going to want to maximize the value of that grandfathering status to the extent they can. And companies like schools want to grow. And so if I look at the information that Ms. Carey was kind enough to share with us, the special permit application, this is from 2013, that document did you send us, ma'am? The two bits with a bit of teeth in them are 5 and 6, which essentially says if your enrollment goes above X, we got to stop and look at the traffic again and try to figure something out. As it boils down to in my mind. The rest of it is mostly cut down this tree, plant those trees, move the dumpster, change the lights, and not unimportant, but not quite the same level. And so it's the intensity of use, and this is simply going to create an additional intensity of use. And so if they reach a limit then and they have more backup onto the street, well, do we build another garage? What else do we do? The fact that it's not underground, I would suggest is a difference, not a distinction. If this were an underground situation, I'd be thinking about it differently, I think. I think there's a high likelihood I would be. The level of visual impact is way less. Now, why didn't they do that? I would recall, Mr. Chairman, that you posed the question to the head of the trustees and say, did you look at bearing this? And the answer was, oh, excuse me, it wasn't answered. He said, we looked at a lot of things. So the answer was, the question was never answered. It was dodged, I'll say it on the record. It was dodged. Why not?
Agree with that point. I think there, I asked that question too, and I think the answer was that there was significant ledge.
Ledge in one
And that
corner.
they weren't, it wasn't as cost effective to bury it as it was to arrive at a certain level. So I think I just wanted to add that. 'cause I
There's a
think that
cost
was-
issue, I would suggest, but also a size issue. The reason they're cantilevering it off is they need to expand the footprint so they can expand the size of the playing field. Remember, there are no sidelines on the playing field now. And it's by cantilevering it only that they can, seems like they can do that. If they do it in ground, they run the same issues they got now. So instead of it being on dirt, it's on some kind of structure, and you end up with the same sidelines issues. So that's the reason why, one of the reasons, important reasons, and they stated how important it is to have the sidelines, and this is why they're doing the cantilever and why they want to raise it up so they can get that extra space. They're creating essentially land in order to do that. But I concur with Commissioner Cassavant that the intensity of use issue is going to be a continuing challenge in this property, and I think it's something we need to consider. An underground would be a much less visual issue, I think, and the fact that it may cost more is not an us problem. Remember, we're not supposed to think about cost issues, and so if it costs more, well, that's not really for us to consider. But the intensity of use issue, I think, is we continue, and you wonder at what point does something else need to be done by this commission? Commissioner Cassavant made a suggestion. I don't know whether that's going to go or not, but he made a suggestion on a way to deal with that. And I think broadly, that's a topic that this commission should think about. So I'll stop talking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go
Well,
ahead,
Can-
Ken,
can
you
you
haven't
come?
spoken.
Commissioner Turner, I'd like to revisit the discussion we were having on the queuing and the impacts to North Wilton Road. In the applicant's traffic report, the AKRF, they indicate that currently, this is an observation, that 58 vehicles are queued on North Wilton Road. This is the time of their visit. And by adding this parking garage, that the circulation within the site will be much improved and the queuing on North Wilton Road will be eliminated. And I'm struggling because I can't find anywhere where there is any kind of scientific modeling or any kind of mathematical look at what the real impact would be. And so I feel that this is a professional's opinion and it's not backed up with facts. So I'm not sure that the queuing will be eliminated, especially when you start factoring in that, cars arrive at the same time at the entrance, which is a very limited space. There will be some backup. I mean, common sense. So I question the conclusion from their consultant.
I thought that the consultants, I don't know what other scientific or mathematical research you're looking for, but my recollection was that she talked about basically how many cars were in the queue, and I think it was like 118, and then how many they could fit on the site, and it was like 40 or 45 in the corral, 40 in the driveway, and then if they needed it, they could queue 50 through the garage. So to me, it was just like a literal space calculation of I can fit X number of cars here and X number of cars there. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, Kent, or were you referring to
No,
something different?
the spacing calculation, which is what they did, I'm not sure that's really a valid or it really gives us the answer. The dynamics of movement by cars in a limited area. People stop, they get out. You can't just say that everybody's going to line up and there's so much space between each car. I don't find that a method that truly tells us exactly what the queuing will be. And if I can talk about the institutional uses, this kind of carte blanche to allow them to, have the same rights as institutions do in a commercial area downtown. I just struggle with that because this is residential zones. It has impacts to the residents. We're in a downtown area. That's not quite the case. So I totally disagree with the notion that institutional uses should be allowed to make improvements like a parking garage and have the same rights, the same kind of planning criteria that you would find in a commercial area. That's
I feel
my.
like one of the issues that we have to confront as a commission, whether it's for this application or for any application with an institutional use, is, as someone said, actually, they all need to grow in some capacity to continue to survive. I don't think there's a business model out there where you just stagnate or get smaller and somehow still are able to make ends meet. Like that just, I don't know if that's realistic. So we as a commission, whether this application or any application, that feels like the tension we're constantly rubbing up against is everyone who comes before us that's an institutional use is saying, well, I need to have another gala every year to fundraise. I need to do this or that or the other thing. And we are constantly trying to say, okay, well, you can grow a little, but not too much, because if you get too big, then the neighbor, it's a bigger problem. And like, I don't know how we ever solve that problem, because the reality is we have institutional uses in residential zones. Like they're not going away.
We do, except we do not need to allow them to expand. And
But
we,
then what happens to them?
you know
Well,
what,
there's-
several
there's a-
thoughts about that, right? One is, it is not the purview of the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine the strategic survivability or goals. It's not to prevent, it's to be neutral. It's to protect the town. And
But
further,
isn't protecting the town partially having these there's a reason we have them, and they obviously provide some benefit. So just saying we don't care if you survive or don't survive seems.
well, I would agree that we care how they survive. But the question here, to me, is, does adding parking in a new football field allow, my analytic of that is, that's not going to be the feature that will determine an academic institution's survivability. An alternative, many alternatives can come along. An alternative could be that everybody parks downtown and a bus takes, students at different rates. I can think of 100 alternatives that I believe would be better for the community and perhaps for the school. And I was troubled by many components of this, but was dealing with a quite similar issue this morning in another municipality where grandfathered use was stopped, period. Exact same thing, a not-for-profit institution, and wanted to expand its intensity use. The answer is no. You're already not, you're a grandfathered institution. That doesn't mean you want to prevent them from doing things. I might actually, as I look at this, feel very different about an academic building with a field on top of that. It's crazy, but we are talking about something in an environmentally sensitive era that is encouraging the use of automobiles one way or another, and as opposed to actively discouraging and trying to build a better school environment. And that's my take on it.
I just
Mr.
wanna
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
really quickly just clarify for everyone, just as, when I have to write the resolution, whichever way you all end up going, I just want to make sure we're all using terminology, just given the importance of a resolution. And so my understanding of St. Luke's is that it's not a non-conforming or grandfathered use. It was created before the zoning regulations existed, but education type uses, including private schools, are a permitted use in residential zones under a special permit. So it's incorrect to call it non-conforming or grandfathered, really. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that this isn't some sort of non-conforming use that
could need a variance or anything like that. It is a permitted use and it is operating under a special permit.
So to that end, another school could buy a 10-acre parcel somewhere in town and
Correct.
petition the town in the residential zone and petition the town to open a school there.
Correct, they could submit a special permit
Special permit application.
application and try to open up a new school.
Right.
Yep, that could happen in any residential zone in New Canaan as the regulations are written.
Or expand an existing school.
Correct.
And that's exactly how Grace Farms came to be. It was a farm, and they petitioned for a foundation and a church in a residential zone.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Kriz. Expanding Commissioner Cassavant's, I thought, very wise words. And at some point, do we have to say no mas?
Yeah.
At what point do you say that, and how do you say it? We have essentially said that with Grace Farms with the various limits on it. The fact that we get there.
Mhm.
That's what I believe. And essentially the way it's written now, the hopscotching of studies, well, if you have this many more students, then we got to try to figure something out. And again, we'll do it again and again and again. At some point, we have to ask ourselves the question, what are what's the carrying capacity? We have to ask that question. And at some point, we got to stick a pin in an answer, to be frank about it. So also on on Commissioner Cassavant's comments on how to get to school, if you look at Hopkins, you drive to some parking lot, usually off the Merritt, they'll come and pick you up. Okay, I can't say that. I'm only saying there are other ways people get to school in buses. No, other ways to get to buses. I mean, in the town of New Canaan, it's known there are buses that take people to school. And so there are alternatives for that to decrease the number of vehicles traversing the roads and getting to schools. But the growth issue is one that I think we need to think about very hard for any institutional use in a residential area, really any institutional use period in this town, because there's only so much you can do in a certain amount of real estate with collateral issues that we need to think about and we are charged with thinking about. So I think those are matters for this commission to discuss and to opine on when we approach this particular application.
So a few things to consider. If they're already facing a parking problem, right? They are parking on their existing tennis courts. I believe the number was 80 spots, ballpark, that they mentioned during the presentation. Obviously not all filled from, some of the aerials that we saw of different days, different times. The numbers that I have is that there are existing, not including the corral that they're looking to repurpose for a queuing area, that has 36 spots. Excluding that, and excluding the tennis courts, there's 124 parking spots on site. That includes ADA parking and visitor parking and everything by the school. According to the applicant, they have approximately 140 faculty and staff. They have approximately 80 seniors that are allowed to drive to school, total of 220. So when you net that out, you're about 100 shy of what they need. And their number that they recommended, that they stated, was 116 required. That gives them a little bit of extra headroom on parking for visitors and events and parents and so on. The parking garage the parking garage as revised, because they did revise it based on the parking spots, was 177 spots. So there's definitely a lot of headroom there between what's required and what they're proposing. Now, 116 required spots that they're deficient, would we be okay if that was a surface lot? Right? Would it be any different, or would it be better, or would it be worse if, for example, as you come in the driveway, they have that house on North Wilton Road, and then behind that there's a few corrals of parking on the left side and a whole wooded area? Would it be better if all of that was clear cut and they added 116 surface spots to that area. That's a question for the commissioners to consider. Because the intent of this application, as I see it, the design intent of this application is to come up with a parking solution, and we can deliberate how much is required, how much is provided, should it be limited, should it be smaller, whatever the case may be. But the intent is to come up with a dual-purpose solution that doesn't further impact coverage and built area on the site, but still provides them with the parking and the athletic field on top.
So can I respond to that?
Mhm.
If in fact, everything you said would play out in real time in that way, I would agree with you. I don't see it that way. I see that this is a prescription for future growth. And the first thing in terms of future growth you want to do is make sure you have enough parking for future growth.
Mhm.
And I see that the impact with potentially with a potential of future growth is the impact on the neighbors in the neighborhood. And sure, it would benefit the school, and the school has to grow, as all institutions do. But what about the value of the property adjacent to the school? Would that value increase or decrease? It's something that we also need to balance out and take into consideration, because we have responsibilities not only for the institution, but also for the
Of course,
residents.
absolutely.
And I haven't heard that here tonight yet. I think personally, with my experience working with traffic engineers, you can parse this out any way you want and come up with a solution that is agreeable. But I don't see this as reducing traffic on the street or traffic snarls coming in to the property, because there are going to be bottlenecks no matter how much parking you provide. And I see this as probably worsening or increasing, my opinion only, the traffic in the surrounding neighborhood.
This is Commissioner Chris. I would disagree with my fellow commissioners when they say the school needs to grow. They want to grow. I have not been demonstrated to me why there is a priori need for them to grow to survive. I just don't see it. And it has not been stated in the record to my knowledge. Now, again, they want to, yes. And so I would see this parking issue as really a transient one rather than a permanent fix. So now they have some extra space. They can generate some additional enrollment, and then it would be back here again in another 5 years with additional enrollment and additional need for parking. Again, I bring up the issue is at what point do you say no mas, and that the carrying capacity is such that we think the limits have been reached. And again, that's a discussion that's not it's a tough one, but I think it's one this commission needs to address.
Agreed. And
It's Commissioner
Just
Turner.
go ahead, Mr. Turner.
I'd like the record to show that in the final renderings that were submitted by the applicant, they do indicate parking on the tennis courts. So again, it would seem to me, the concern we have about the potential growth, about expanding the campus, this to me further reinforces that motive. If the parking that they're creating with this parking structure, why do you still need to park on the tennis courts?
I'm not sure that's entirely correct. I think you might be thinking of Mr. Green's, the neighbor's application where they had aerial shots of the tennis courts showing that parking on there in conjunction with the other work that's being proposed. I'd have to look back through the
I thought it was,
documents.
yeah, I thought it was the applicant's renderings. They
Okay.
had two, the existing condition and then the proposed condition.
Gotcha.
And
Well, I'll just say, if we were to approve this application, definitely one of the conditions I would want to see us put is that there's no continuing parking in areas that are not created and intended for parking, meaning you're no longer parking on the tennis court. I mean, I would make that a condition. And I think
Right.
the applicant agreed to
I
that.
understand.
One other thing that the applicant did state if I'm remembering correctly, we asked them about the total student enrollment. The total student enrollment currently is 596 students, 130 of which are from New Canaan, so approximately a quarter, a little less. And one of the items that's been asked of the school from all the previous applications, including this one, is what's the plan for growth? What's the master plan? And I believe the applicant for this application, during our discussions with the applicant in their presentation, we asked what their plan for growth was. The statement was, we don't have one right now. We're not planning any growth. I'm paraphrasing there, but that was the gist of the statement. Now, that leaves the door wide open because we're not planning for anything right now. You don't know what's going to happen in the future, right? But I do agree with the commissioners that belts and suspenders, just like we've put on Grace Farms and Silver Hill in terms of expansion and additional capacity, maybe we should consider a total enrollment cap here. That would help mitigate, well, number one, help mitigate traffic and help solidify the neighbors' reassurance of, potential expansion and growth in the school.
Commissioner Rabin, just to comment, what I had were mildly different numbers, but I had 603 students, 100 staff, 80 seniors, about 23% was New Canaan. Now that was from
About
the
right.
326 meeting.
Yep.
And
That's right.
allowed nothing for visitors
Correct.
or other people.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just.
It's Commissioner Turner. Silver Hill, with their last permit, there was a requirement or a number of patients that they could have. It was capped. So this is done, and we've done it in the past.
Okay, that's helpful.
Well, the other thing that Mr. Cassavant said that I don't know how it goes, how we put it into practice, but the concept of, we've done it with the glass house in terms of there's no parking on site. You come to town and you take a bus to town. And maybe I'm dreaming, but it seems like that could be the future of a lot of our institutional uses in this town. And maybe there's sort of a central place where they all get picked up in town if we don't want this level of traffic going to all of these different places.
Well, I would concur with that, Commissioner Nielsen. I call it 25% round numbers of students who live in town could get picked up by a bus system run by the school, but they don't. I still wonder why there's not a requirement for students to be bused or walk to school or bicycle to school in New Canaan to keep, well, for juniors and seniors, obviously you're looking at that, you can't drive, to be bused, and also keeps the parents from having to clog up, frankly, Ponus Ridge. It's a way to get people off the street, get them on foot walking, get them bicycling, which I think would be, frankly, would be an improvement. Those haven't been looked at, but I'm grateful for Commissioner Turner's comment regarding the Silver Hill and the limits mentioned. I think that's a useful comparative that this commission should reflect upon. So thank you, Commissioner.
So back to the parking garage though, since before we can really get into the special permit application, we have to consider the text amendment. I'm just curious, do the other commissioners feel that a parking garage for an institutional use that's shielded and screened and nestled into the landscape and maybe has some other athletic or other use on top of it so that, again, it doesn't look like a parking garage for most people, is that something that you guys are not in favor of? Because if you're not in favor of that, then this meeting gets cut real short and you don't have to keep talking.
I'll be glad to comment. Any approval like that would have to be, in my opinion, highly restricted along the way that I just talked about, including, and this goes to the North Wilton Road problem. If the North Wilton Road problem didn't get fixed, there has to be a remedy which is both enforceable and complete. If the presentation made by the school, and I acknowledge that it was very thoughtful, is that we're going to build an environmentally neutral or positive field. We're going to have a better playing field. We're not and we're going to get rid of the traffic problem. If we approve it, but you don't get rid of the traffic problem, how do you deal with it? And
Well, so under the existing permit, they can't grow anymore. Their enrollment's capped.
yeah,
So I mean, yeah, I
I-
mean,
I-
it
I-
doesn't take away the parking garage that they've just built. Obviously, that's still there, but they can't continue to just
I-
have their cake and eat it too.
I think my question gets back to, I think we can have a real discussion about this, but, and should, but I do not think that it is the purview of us to worry about their long-term strategy. Our purview is simply to ask, is the plan appropriate? Does it fit into the neighborhood? I understand that I can't say grandfathered, so I'll say permitted existing use does not require expanded permitted use.
Okay, but back to the parking, not St. Luke's parking garage, a parking garage in a residential zone. Would you want a text amendment if we were to approve one to apply only to St. Luke's? Would you want it to apply only to institutional uses? Or are you just like, no, we shouldn't do that at all?
Only St. Luke's, I would say, is spot zoning, which is something that we really want to avoid.
But we do it all the time.
One, I would question that a bit, but even if I grant that, don't make the same mistake twice.
No, I don't disagree with you, and you've heard me wax poetic.
You're
about that.
against spot zoning.
I am against it, but if you read the section before the section that we're being asked to approve, we do zoning exceptions for recreational clubs and in recognition that such clubs can provide unique facilities, blah, blah, blah. The club must be open to the general public through paid memberships. The club is located on a parcel of at least 6 acres. I mean, this was written for one specific site. Don't kid yourself and think that that applies to other things. And the same could be done here. I'm not saying it's good planning or good zoning. I'm just saying if that was the will of this commission, you could do it.
Yeah, I would just suggest that, the issues of limits to growth and a harder stop, which is what Commissioner Turner mentioned with Silver Hill, is something we may wish to consider. Otherwise, if it's one of these, well, if it reaches, if we see a car on the street, well, we'd have another traffic study and would end up in this endless loop. I'm not sure that really is the best use of, I'm not sure that's a great idea. I'll say it that way.
Also, Commissioner Nielsen, I do not agree that we have to make a global decision in order to act on the application at hand, right? We
Oh, definitely not.
yeah, so I mean, your question to me a minute ago was, are you saying that you would never allow expansion of a permitted use? I only have to, or we only have to consider this
But the
request.
text amendment is broader, as it's written, is broader than this.
I understand that,
So
but.
that's what I mean, that's what we have to decide on is where are we gonna go with the text amendment before we can get to, because we don't get to what do we do about St. Luke's if we just decide we would never want to see a parking garage at an institutional use or any use.
I would just note, Commissioner Nielsen, that this commission can rewrite the text amendment any way we see, most any way we see fit. We have that legislative power. And if we choose to do so, we may do so in our wisdom. And so the wording of any text amendment is something I think we need to start perhaps thinking about. I have a draft.
Well, and Sarah sent some stuff too. I mean,
I have a more detailed draft.
Okay.
No disrespect to Ms. Carey. I thought it was very good to have the sort of strong, and even less strong was a very good idea. I want to say on the record. But I just get a sense that a belt and suspenders approach to this, one way or another, is going to be something we should seriously consider, assuming this commission in its wisdom wants to approve a text amendment. Assuming that
Okay.
happens.
And to be
which is
clear,
what I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
us rounded up
that's the
on.
first jump is we got to approve it.
right,
some way.
and to be clear, we're proposing this regulation amendment, text amendment, specifically for building coverage allowance, correct? Is there any other method or mechanism within the zoning code that would allow us to allow additional building coverage without this text amendment?
No.
So I have a couple ideas there.
So,
Well, the
Just to-
first answer is,
so
So no is what I'm hearing from her. I get that, but what I think what you're saying is I think a relatively narrow interpretation of is the only way to do this to allow a parking garage as coverage. I think one of the things that I see is a couple opportunities here to think about this in a way that is metered, I guess, per institutional growth. Like, first of all, I want to say I appreciate the school's growth and the contribution to the town and the economy to the town. I think it's an important asset to the town. And I think I don't want to forget that school contributes a lot to us. And I think it is an innovation to put parking under a currently disturbed space. So I get that. And I think that's innovation. But what I think I'm wrestling with is the intensity of use that's accompanying this, that you add 200 spaces, and then does that basically incent bad behavior in terms of, individuals' property rights versus the community surrounding them? And I think that's what I heard Art articulate, that I think it is. I also think, raising the traffic conversation, what I heard, and I specifically asked this, when the traffic expert considered traffic, they only considered traffic backup, and they didn't consider traffic volume or traffic noise or any sort of other sort of traffic impact. So if you consider traffic, if you live on a traffic street, it's not so much like, usually traffic engineers measure level of service as how fast you get from here to there. That doesn't really consider the people that are standing on the side of the road that have to listen to the cars that go by them. So the traffic service level was very narrowly constrained to just backups. So where I'm going with this is that if you look at the hospital regs that we have, it basically allows a ratio of beds to acreage. And as the school grows and as any of these institutions grow, and I was looking at the ratios that we have here. So the Glass House has 49 acres, Country School has 75 acres, Grace Farms has 80 acres, Silver Hill has the ratio of 20 beds per acre, and Country Club has lots of acres. And so this lot has 40 plus or minus 42.3 acres. So I think what I hear is this concept of allowing parking, but then you could potentially clear cut parking, and this is better than clear cutting parking. I think that presupposes the idea that our regs are set up correctly, that right now we only have a building coverage reg today. Most of our towns that are adjacent to us actually have an impervious reg. So Westport, Greenwich, Darien all have impervious limits that do things like saying a hard shoe tennis court counts as 1/2 coverage. A gravel driveway counts as 1/2 impervious. So I guess where I'm going with this is that you could potentially have something like this that says when structured parking is added, that there's a parking maximum per the lot. So per acre, there can be no more than 4 spaces per acre, for example. Or you could basically say, hey, if a structure is added that doesn't add, that is parking committed, that it counts as half coverage or 25% of coverage. So you could take specifically the idea that a building garage has a ratio of coverage. It's not exempted to coverage, because one thing I don't like about the way it's written today is you could have a 400 space parking garage, or you could have a 10 space parking garage, and we're basically allowing it carte blanche. It's not covered at all. So what I like the idea is you basically say, all right, if you build a parking garage, only X percentage counts towards coverage. So for example, if they bought these 4 of their lake or lots around them and then combined it, and they were allowed whatever it would be, an extra acre of building coverage, if they built structured parking, they could have 3 times that ratio of additional coverage. So I like the idea of kind of commensurating, like building in allowances based on the size of the lot and the ratios of the structure to structure to the rest of the building. Because I do think one of the holes in our building code today is we don't limit impervious, that people can pave their entire lot. And that honestly screws the neighbors. As long as they have enough Coltex under the ground, it creates, I think, a very non-neighborly approach. So that's what I'd like to think about when we look at this building. Like I think Grace, with 80 acres, it's 227 per 80 acres, right? So that's a pretty low density. And I think the school, obviously, I'm not fighting it. I think that they're fine, but I think there is a concept of like a parking maximum, so that if we do allow something like this, they wouldn't be able to pave, the tennis courts and put more parking there. Like, I think there is a model there.
Uh,
So I don't know if
I
anyone's
just
interested in
wanna-
that ratio idea.
I
and-
just want to hop in that with the available building coverage St. Luke's has on site, they don't have any available. So for this project to move forward, they propose it as is because they need the whole structure exempted. So I do think that logically that makes sense, just in general, if this were to be a broader regulation, but just for your all understanding and making this decision, they need the whole structure covered for it to not need a variance.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
This is Commissioner Chris, hearing Commissioner Herring on the building coverage issue, I think that's an issue more broadly that the commissioner may want to reflect on. I think one of the challenges that St. Luke's has is that it has wetlands and setbacks and all the rest that are chewing up a fair amount of its real estate. And so the usable lot is a lot smaller than the actual footprint, which is one of the challenges they're running into. But I'm hearing from you on the parking is de facto that spools into a limit to growth. If you limit parking, you're in effect limiting growth unless you're going to bus everybody in for some reason, which is certainly an option, but in effect, you end up with that.
Right. And that's what we've done at Grace Farms, right?
At Grace Farms, we have bed limits on Silver Hill, and so that is a limit to growth issue that again, this commission may wish to consider in this application.
I think if I can add to this, I think the question you just had, which was a good question, should we consider a parking garage or not? What are people's feelings about that? And I think that also, at the same time, it conflates two different things. Whether we like parking garages or underground parking garages with the amount of spaces those garages might consume. So I want to separate those out and address one of the issues to begin with, the first one. I think it's a very clever solution that they've come up with. I like it a lot. And if they were coming before us asking us to approve this to replace the number of parking spaces they had with this parking garage, I would be all for it. But what we're conflating that with is the fact, or what we're not clarifying is the fact that the number of spaces are being increased by what, 2x or something like that?
No,
So what is it? Total number of spaces now to the total number of spaces as proposed?
I believe it's 177 new spaces
That's
because
what
they revisit the striping, as I.
Okay, 177 new
But
spaces
they lost
against,
like 45, so that's not net.
Yeah.
That's what's in the garage.
so
Yeah.
what do they park now?
But I was saying the garage was 177.
so currently there's 124 ground spaces, excluding the corral that they're looking to incorporate. So that's an additional 36 spots,
So
So Kurt-
156 spots.
160
Call
total.
it 160.
100
And once they build, if and when they build a parking garage, including all the other surface parking they have, what will they be up to?
They will be at 177 for the garage and 124 for ground parking. So
Okay,
they'll
so-
be at approximately 300.
Okay, it's not 2x, but it's close to it. The point I'm making is that,
But realize that that's what they currently have, but they're also using, because they allow seniors to drive in and their growth on their faculty and staff, they're also using the tennis court for
But there's-
parking.
there's a question on the table as to whether they'll continue using that, a question that's not been sufficiently answered. One of our commissioners
But
believe
that can
that
be a
was.
condition of ours.
Okay. So to get back to my point, great design, but my concern is capacity.
Mhm.
And I think we need to really look at how the capacity not only affects the future growth of the institution, but also the surrounding residential area.
So what I hear you saying, and tell me if I'm wrong, but with my planning brain, what I'm hearing you say is you don't have an issue necessarily with the text amendment, but you'd want to put conditions on the site plan to constrain growth.
I want to put conditions on the site plan to constrain parking,
Okay.
not growth, because if you can grow with the continued use of the parking as is or reconsidered as is, and bring people from off-site in buses or in other ways, biking, walking, whatever it might be, I would be all for that. Okay. The issue to me is purely the traffic and the kind of traffic this potentially will encourage.
But they currently allow seniors to drive to school. The faculty obviously has to drive to school. How would the traffic increase?
The traffic will increase because it will be encouraged by the amount of parking available on site.
But if you're still allowing the same group of drivers to come to the school and park as you are currently allowing, how would that increase?
How do you enforce that?
Permits?
They can have permits. The seniors, obviously the faculty have to park there. They can each get a sticker, just like the high school does. They get a sticker, and if you're a junior or a sophomore or whatever, you don't have a sticker, you get ticketed.
Well, I've seen this in other projects, and what it ultimately does is encourages new building, more growth,
Understood.
an enlargement of the institution, and it's a never-ending cycle. And this is one step in that cycle, which there were previous steps and probably future steps.
This is Commissioner Chris. I take Commissioner Sverdlov's comments to heart that on parking, to me, someone indirectly and not that precisely is de facto limit to growth and enrollment and staff. It's not perfect. It's not a one-to-one. A more precise way is to simply say enrollment may not be more than X. That's a clearer way to do it, which I believe is something that Commissioner Cassavant suggested. You know, the parking, when they get excess parking, which seems like is going to be the case, I have to assume that it will allow them to expand the student body of the school, and then it gets used up, and then we move into another cycle. And we again face the issue of carrying capacity and potential limits to growth, and collateral issues from that growth, such as traffic on the street of any sort, that we need to think about. So if there is a limit to growth issue we need to think about, I would simply suggest that a more direct as opposed to an indirect way of metering that would be better.
So let me throw something out there. If we're concerned about the overall, with the proposed garage, if we're concerned about the overall capacity of parking on site, that would encourage that growth. Does the approval of the proposed 177 spot parking garage also come with the condition that the first surface parking lot, when you enter through the driveway off of North Wilton, there's approximately, I think I just counted 35 spots, maybe I might be off by a few, that a condition is they have to remove that parking area to reduce the overall surplus. So instead of having, oh, let me do the numbers again. They need 220. They're providing close to 300. So they have a surplus of about 80 spots. And that they still need some surplus for visitors and, you know, aides coming there, parents coming there. So that's an assumed number. But if that 80 surplus spots was reduced by 35, which is that surface spot, they would still get the parking garage. They would still get the parking they currently require as they've reported needed, the 220, and they would get some headroom above that for additional visitors, et cetera. And they would eliminate a surface lot that is a hike up the hill for whether it be faculty or students up an active driveway.
It's great though when you're dropping your kid off at baseball camp.
I'm just
gonna say.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
That's plausible.
Reduces impervious coverage of the site.
Yeah, I mean,
Gets to a more
I think
reasonable
that,
number.
Commissioner Herringer, I think that definitely goes towards the theory of this concept. And I mean, I think, you know, to Commissioner Cassavant's comments about looking more favorably on, you know, academic building being built in place of a parking garage, you know, for example, mean, this is where I think we really run afoul of impervious versus building coverage to me, because, you know, if they were to put an academic building on those parking, or on the tennis courts, you know, in theory, that academic building on the tennis courts would not necessarily impact, you know, the wildlife and anything else in coverage. And if you were running students in the same parking spots that exist today, into that space, having whatever 11 students in the classroom versus 10 wouldn't necessarily impact the neighborhoods around. It wouldn't necessarily increase the traffic around. So you actually have essentially the same impact from a coverage perspective, whether it be a building or a parking lot, in terms of the community impact around and actually the site impact. I think it's pretty high charge to remove parking. I mean, we
We're
have
not removing,
we have
we're netting out.
We're yeah, yeah. But I think we're going towards this notion of kind of a ratio of parking per acreage, which I think that you know, we do in Silver Hill, we do 20 beds per acre. I was just doing the math here. If we did 6 spots per acre, 6 parking spots per acre against 40, you kind of get a rough around 300. And, you know, potentially that means if they added, you know, 4 lots around, if they unified the lots around and they bought 10 properties, then potentially they'd add more parking,
Mhm.
but it'd be kind of commensurate with the size of the lot.
But in terms of putting in some belts and suspenders on the growth, if that ratio was slightly less, because that number can be whatever we want.
Sure.
What did you say, 4 per acre?
I think I said 6.
6 per acre for this calculation,
Yeah.
for this lot? So if it was slightly less, if it was 5 or 5.25 or whatever that number is, that would get the total number of spots down from 300 to, and I'm just throwing it out there, 250 or 260. That then satisfies their current parking demand, plus gives them 10% headroom, ballpark, and gives the commission and potentially the neighbors and the town as a whole some satisfaction in the fact that we're doing something to help control future growth on the property by establishing a higher number of parking spots now.
Excuse me, it's Commissioner Turner. I think we're missing a critical point here. I think it should be, you know, head count as far as how many students. You know, if you cap how many parking spaces, yeah, that begins to quantify it or to get a handle on how many people are going to be on the site. But if you just start busing people in and, you know, finding other ways, you can increase your enrollment. Parking doesn't matter.
True.
But the reason I would argue that that's different because I think the conflict that I heard was that by having more cars transit to the site and a higher intensity of use from a parking position, that would potentially cause clear cutting and other things that was related to the cars going to the site, that having more students in the classroom, you know, with the same amount of car trips wouldn't be as, you know, much of an issue, I guess. And I'm curious, like, why is a higher student population, if we have the same level of traffic, an issue?
Well, you're going to have more buses. You're going to have, you know, more carpooling. I mean, you're not going to control your traffic unless you cap the number of students. Parking spaces, again, to do it, you can exceed that and create additional traffic. How do you handle buses and coming with, you know, a bigger vehicle?
Okay.
But I mean, so Kent at Grace Farms, we've capped the number of parking spaces, and like when they have events or church services that exceed the parking, then they have people take buses in from the nearby shopping center, and we're okay with, I'm not And I'm not saying these are necessarily apples and apples, but we're okay with it there. So I guess I'm trying to figure out why it would be different here.
So I'd respond directly to that. It's extraordinarily different because in the case of let's say it's a 180-day school year, you have 180 days where 100% of the population will be attending every day. So to me, comparing Grace Farms is not relevant to the intensity of use. You know, at Duquesne Country School and here, and for anybody who lives near King Low Haywood, you have incredible traffic all of the time. And I think that although I like the elegance of your solution, we shouldn't be in the business of micromanaging this. I mean, ironically, in my head, it came up with, we'd be better off telling them how many kids they have per class. In fact, ironically, you might be better off to have more upperclassmen and have them drive, because then there might be fewer drop-offs in the lower grades. Again, we don't need to or shouldn't get into this. The fact is, Grace Farms is what it is, but to me, it's not comparable because timing, I mean, part of the problem is the nature of a school. Everybody's going to arrive between 7:30 and 8:10 or whatever the thing is, and the majority will be dismissed from 2:40 to 2:50, and then when sports and activities get out, it's 5 o'clock, you get another rush. And it's every day for the neighbors. And, you know, the problem with that, and you know, even the notion of removing the spaces still gets back to how many people are using the school campus every day and how has that grown over a period of time. And, you know, that was answered quite correctly, I mean, quite clearly when we asked the folks from the school. But the number that I came up with is 600 students and 104 staff, or whatever the number was, 730, I think it was, every day. And so that means that those people could be there 5 days a week from probably, call it September 1st to June 1st. I mean, I don't know the exacts. It's different from Grace.
Fair point.
This is Commissioner Chris, I would concur with Commissioner Cassavant. The intensive use at Grace is really a Sunday event for their church service, which is what, 2 hours? And the occasional special event, which happened randomly. It's not an everyday event, which is what a school is.
Can I go back to a point that Sarah made about the coverage ratios? I just want to understand, you said that the application requires, because the school as it sits today is maxed out on building coverage, that the way the text amendment has to be written is full exemption. There's no ability to have a ratio or, you know, where structured parking counts as X percentage of coverage. There's no way of doing a combo of a variance and a text amendment, that we could have a text amendment that's more resilient and
So you, simple answer, no, the whole structure needs to be exempt for the process to move forward. You can't now go back and require that they get a variance. They would have had to have come with a variance, so the whole process would start again. So again, if you all don't like the text amendment and don't want to have anything in the regulations that exempts these parking structures from coverage, this project can't move forward, and your decision and the conversation would be very different. And, you know, your reasons for denial are very different. So just something to keep in mind.
I agree with that.
But I still haven't heard any of the commissioners say they are against a parking structure for building coverage exemption. I've heard us all say all these ways that we could put belts and suspenders on the school to you know, prevent future growth, to prevent future impacts on the neighbors, future impacts on the environment, all of that. But I still haven't, I mean, in terms of where we are with the text amendment, I haven't heard anyone say that we're not going to move forward with the text amendment. I'm just trying to like circle us back to see where we are.
I mean, I just think it's such an
We've gotten to
open
that
text
point.
amendment. It right now, it basically means you're fully exempted, right? So that in theory, that means that that anyone, I'm not saying them, that Grace Farms could come and say, we're going to build a 10-acre parking structure.
Right.
and that would be exempted from coverage.
Right.
And so in my head, I keep coming back to this idea that there has to be some sort of
Limit on the parking structure.
ratio that it's like, okay, if building coverage is, I don't know what it is, 37,000 square feet on the lot, that a parking structure can be exempt as long as it doesn't, outweigh the current coverage by more than 20%,
Right.
you
Mhm.
know?
Maybe it could be a factor of total, not just building coverage, but total site coverage.
So, St. Luke's is allowed about 80,000 square feet of building coverage. I'm pretty sure a football field is greater than 80,000 square feet. I might have to,
Oh, that's what they're allowed under.
yeah, so under the zoning, the parcel is allowed 80,000 square feet of building coverage. I can very quickly look up the square footage of a football field for your
Is
reference,
that under
but
the record though?
I think,
Okay.
I think the square footage of a football field, I think that's allowed to be looked up.
Please, I would enjoy hearing that, Ms. Carey.
Generally, it's like 58,000 square
Yeah,
feet,
that's about right.
so it wouldn't be double, but it's a large percentage of what would be allowed.
But do you see how I'm trying to add a
Yeah.
guardrail there?
No,
that,
I
you
think
know,
that makes sense. I think we
to-
should consider adding a guardrail.
Mm-hmm.
could be exempted from coverage as long as it doesn't, doesn't exceed the current, like the volume of the current building coverage. Because you're saying if it's 80,000 now, and this would be 56,000, it doesn't exceed 3/4 of the current building coverage. Again, it's one idea in terms of the text amendment.
Sarah, in
And
terms of,
maybe,
go ahead.
maybe there's an
Yeah,
and to that, in addition to not exceeding a limitation on building coverage, does not exceed a specified percentage of total site coverage, which would include driveways, athletic fields,
Hmm.
tennis courts, buildings, et cetera.
The impervious, yeah.
Impervious, total impervious.
I would stray from starting to factor in impervious since we don't do that anywhere else. I think we should hold everyone to the same standard. So I just think starting to weave in impervious is possibly not appropriate. Just a thought.
I sympathize with the other commissioners. I'm worried about establishing a precedent here where
Hmm.
other applications will come before us for, as someone put, the 100,000 square foot underground parking garage under the former horse fields at Grace Farms, right? We don't want to open that can of worms.
Sarah, as this section 3.7E2 is written right now, where it says the commission may by special permit increase the permitted building coverage in a residential zone for the following uses. For example, A, municipal facility, or B, governmental facility. I mean, it's municipal facility, period, governmental facility, period. So does that mean we could increase it exponentially on those? Like we have no limit?
That is correct. So the police station, as an example, is located in the B res zone. That, in theory, could be built out 100% building coverage. Same, yeah.
I'm not saying that's good. I'm just trying to figure
That's-
out that currently
Yeah.
we don't do
That is
these.
how it's
Okay.
regulated,
Yeah.
yes. I think public school, I don't have that section of the regs in front of me, but I think public schools, it's the same thing. You could, West School, you could build out, well, that's on septic, but South School, you could build out the whole
But that's on town property,
Right.
in a residential zone.
in a residential
Yeah.
zone, but we're talking about institutional use in a residential zone.
I guess the commission needs to consider, are you treating public school and private schools differently? Just,
Well, they're zoned differently.
no, they're,
Sure,
mean-
there's a school zone, and we have a,
There's no school.
no,
zone.
we don't have a
They're
school
all
zone.
they're all in
residential
residential
zones.
zones.
Residential
That's
zone.
right.
I know what the high school is. I don't think
The high
that's
school's
a
in a
baby
waiting
zone.
zone.
Then, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Much more restricted.
That's fine.
Alternate Larson. I was just, I hear people saying, it'd be nice if it was a school building that was underneath. And would that text amendment be specifically for parking structures?
It would be.
Yeah.
I mean, as written.
Way it's written.
Mr. Cruz, do you want to share your
I have a
Your thoughts?
draft
Or-
on this. I'm not commenting whether I think we should approve any text amendment or not. To be saying, should the commission in its wisdom decide to approve a text amendment? This is one I think would be a good one to think about. One is, I'll get to it later, I think this is an opportunity to define what a parking structure is. That's my opinion, but
I don't recommend that. Like, this is specifically
Okay,
just
fair
the
enough.
coverage exemption,
it.
so we shouldn't be adding to any other
okay.
sections.
Here's my view, because it says parking structures, where it says now is that parking structures be used for various things. That what you wrote, Ms. Carey, is what I would say. It's a little longer. Parking structures may be constructed in zones other than the retail or business zones by special permit with the following conditions. I state this because it's already allowed in the business or retail zones, so it's saying anything other than those zones. That it's already, the retail or business zone parking structures is already in the regs, so that ship has sailed. So various points. One, such parking structure is on the grounds of a public or private school. Okay, the parking structure is single level with the parking of vehicles solely being on one level. Why do I say this? And we have these arguments on, okay, what is a story and is this really a story? By saying only on one level, you can't say, well, it's on the roof, that's not a level, and we avoid all these arguments. It's on one level and there's a roof over the building, that's it. So this way avoids that whole how many levels do we have argument, which I think is a good idea. Next, the vehicles using the parking structure shall primarily, that's a useful word, be passenger vehicles of students, parents, visitors to the school and or staff of the school where the parking structure is located. So it's for that school at that spot as opposed to something down the road somewhere. Next, no fee or other compensation shall be charged by the school for use of the parking structure except for students, parents, visitors, or school staff who may be charged a fee for usage. Why this? I don't want them to be in the commercial parking business where they say, you know, my neighbor is having a party and they want to use our parking structure for their guests. Can they do that? And we'll charge them $5 a head. None of that. Can't do that. You're not in the commercial parking business except for your own people. Next, any vehicles stored in the parking structure shall only be vehicles owned or leased by the school. Now, I say that early that the structure shall be primarily for us, which means there's other stuff in there. So, for example, they may have a few vans or pickup trucks or something that's school vehicles that they got to put somewhere. And if they wish to store them overnight, which I would consider storage, in the parking structure, that would be allowed, but it has to be school vehicles. It's not my neighbor's pickup truck who wants to put it here, or their camper or something. That's not allowed. The parking structure shall be properly sized to meet a demonstrated school need and shall demonstrate benefits to the community as well. Next, the visual impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties. I'm using the word abutting purposefully, and to properties in the structure's view shed due to site design, flora, and or existing topography. The reason I say view shed here is that, let's say you're on a hill, and if you're at the bottom and the abutting property, maybe there's a berm or something else right in front of you, so you can't see anything because of the topography, but I'm up on a hill, I'm one lot over, I'm looking down on it and I can see everything. So that would be within the view shed. And so I'm thinking of everyone who could be visually otherwise impacted. That's the reason I'm using these two different terms. The roof of the parking structure can be used for athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass. If such usage is demonstrably of benefit to the school and the community as a whole, or community as well. Next point. If the roof of the parking structure is not to be used for athletic purposes, is to be planted with flora and become a green roof. Again, by green roof in itself is going to diminish the visual impact, help the environment, do all kinds of stuff that I'm sure the commissioner doesn't need to be bored with. Underground parking structures are allowed with the same condition. They have multiple levels. The reason I say multiple levels is that if you're below ground, the visual impact is less, and it would be up to this commission to decide whether 1, 2, or more levels is correct, because it's a special permit and we can decide that. again, there's a difference between a 3-story garage above ground and a 3-story garage buried.
But on
Um,
that condition, we could also limit it. We could limit it to a single story underground.
If you wish.
Right.
But saying that you don't have to if you don't want to.
Right.
That's the point. It would give the commission the flexibility. Again, my view is an above ground versus below ground is a difference, not a distinction.
Mhm.
As far as visual impact, which is what much of the commentary was from the neighbors. So anyway, those are my thoughts on writing this. I'm trying to do this belt and suspenders to narrow the usage of this. So it's not going to be a commercial building at all. There's no storage of other people's stuff. It's going to be very narrowly defined as what it's used for, which is really just for those who are students, faculty, friends of the school, and that's it. So that's my view.
It's Commissioner Turner.
Go ahead.
I just, Commissioner Kriz, I just have a question about, what about the events that
Yes, sir.
take place when there's a athletic, gathering? You know, I didn't hear how, you know, that would be accommodated within that parking and.
Yeah, I use the word, yes, understood. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I use the word that it could be used by students, parents, visitors, or school staff. So if there's a graduation, there is a holiday party, there is
Football game.
football game, there's a something, and you have visitors, let's say, from the opposing team and so forth, that would be a visitor, and they may use it. They would come, they would attend the event. Grandma goes home afterwards after the graduation. So I'm dealing with it by calling it visitors, which I think is a reasonable term
Okay,
to address that issue.
great, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I just, I think the commission should consider with some of those items that you included, do those need to be in the specific text amendment, or are those things that would be more case by case and should be just added on as conditions of a potential approval, just in general, if
Of
Is
the
this-
special permit.
correct?
I would suggest that this is something for the commission to decide, obviously. The reason I would put this in the text amendment is to make it as firm as possible on the limits. If it's in a text amendment, it's very firm. If it's that, well, these are things you may want to consider, you may or may not. So I think it has more teeth if it's put in the text amendment, at least in my opinion.
Or I'm gonna flip it back to you. Are there things in there that are unenforceable from a zoning enforcement perspective?
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Thank you.
So, I mean, there, very specific controls would need to be put in place for us to be able to find certain information. For example, if the school were, let's say, renting it out to other people to charge for permits and they weren't advertising it online or something, you know, they would need to, like, there would need to be some sort of reporting system to our office to, like what is done at Grace Farms as an example, like we get a monthly report of visitors. So if you got so specific that only visitors to the school, parents, whoever else were parking in the garage, like we would need some sort of documentation of who those people are, because
Right.
we won't know, we won't have access to that information unless it's given to us.
I would agree, Ms. Carey. I think part of it is going to end up like many things. It's trust me, to boil it down. And there would be periodic reporting where they would need to rep and warrant that this is the case. If they rep and warrant and they are conscious, they are knowingly signing a false document, that's a whole different conversation, that there are remedies for that. I don't think that would happen, but you know, that there would be a check and balance such as that, I would see as an appropriate thing to do on a annual basis. We have various reporting from others. I don't see that as a particular burden on the applicant if we were to require that.
I just think it's very different from Grace Farms in the reporting and the monitoring and data collection of who's parking in that garage, because there is no, unlike Grace Farms has a entrance gate and you have to register, they take your license plate, you have to check in. There's an
true.
active monitoring and control system of who visits that site. Whereas here at St. Luke's, anyone can drive in. There is no guard booth, there is no one monitoring. And the parking enforcement, I would imagine, who would be parking in the garage, let's say it's a sticker system like the high school, It would probably be, a parking guard that would patrol the garage and just make sure everyone's got a sticker. Probably nothing more than that. So on the reporting basis, I think it's going to be a more difficult thing to get that data collection. It's going to be a trust me kind of report from the school as to who they've seen and who they've issued. They could easily tell us how many parking permits they've issued for the garage. That could be one of our conditions, that stickers and permits are issued specifically to seniors and staff so that we know how many go in and how many have been issued, and they can report how many spaces are used daily. That's an easy thing to, they're not gonna be able to tell us if there's, a particular visitor, if they're, a stray student without a sticker, or if it's a visitor, that's gonna be hard to determine. But those are probably far and few in between.
I would concur. I mean, the fact that staff, students, and students' parents get a sticker seems like an easy one.
Yeah.
There are any number of visitors and vendors, suppliers that show up every day, delivering food, delivering whatever they deliver. That happens all the time, and that's just the nature of the beast. But they're not going to be parking there,
They're not gonna
frankly,
be parking there.
except for visitors. But I assume visitors are a daily occurrence there in some volume. Sometimes a lot of volume if there's an event, sometimes a little volume, but there's always going to be somebody
The-
who's a true visitor.
Just knowing the logistics of site design here, as well as other projects I've worked on, those drop-off areas, those visitor spots, those are gonna be the surface spots that are closest to the front entrance. Those spots that are currently being occupied probably by staff, or most likely staff, those are gonna be moved into the parking garage. And they're gonna leave those closest surface spots for the visitors and for the trades or vendors, whoever is delivering food or books or whatever it might be, copy paper. Those are gonna be closer to the school. There's a height limitation in the garage as well. I forget, I think it was 8'6" or
True.
8'2" or something. So, unless you're a smaller SUV and an average car, you're not getting in there and you're not getting out.
Fair point.
I think that form of text amendment is quite appropriate, and I
so,
could
too.
get behind that form of text amendment, subject to the specific things we might suggest.
I
I
would
especially
please,
like
please.
your version in the fact that it removes the open space language. I've had, as you, I've struggled with that definition because it's not technically open space. What I had marked up in the draft was replacing the words open space with landscaped areas, which is precisely what you've done in your version.
Okay.
So the first thing was that it's limited to a public or private school, is that?
Public or private school.
Could I add, by the way, that be a degree granting? Because to the extent that, let me,
No, please.
the one I think of, right, is with all the compliance we do with Grace Farms, right? What if they suddenly decide that they want to start offering classes at night?
Well, that's a fair point.
So to me, and then that's not intended to become more restrictive. I'm just trying to enhance clarity.
I would think, Commissioner Cassavant, that would only apply to private schools. A public school, I'm willing to spot him on that for a public school.
Well, I'm also willing to spot that these guys will live by the spirit of this, and we could settle for annual reporting. But all I was thinking of
I
is the
understand you.
next applicant.
I hear you. To make it degree granting, to ensure that it's a, what do many of us think of as a school as opposed to a nursery school, or, a once a week Sunday school or something. It's a school, but it's not quite the same thing. And
Yeah.
Which
Well,
I think is where you're going with this.
It's
Which
Commissioner
I
Turner.
concur with. That's a good point.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's
Go ahead.
Commissioner Turner. Should we also limit it to existing schools, not a future school or an institutional use that suddenly wants to become a school?
I don't know if we can, because our current zoning guidelines do allow for a school to be created in a residential zone.
So I mean, again, from the suggestions that Commissioner Chris has provided, I think the language that there shall be a demonstrated need for it. If you have a brand new school that I mean, I don't know how large it'd be or anything like that, but you know, in theory, they have a clean slate, so there could be ways to design around needing something like that. So it's, I mean, it's really up to you all, I think.
But how do we prevent, how do we prevent Grace Farms from deciding that they want to create a school?
I mean, they would need to get an updated special permit if they were to start providing classes or anything like that. So
Well, then
I
to
don't know if that's
Mr.
helpful.
Cassavant's point, if we say it's a degree granting school, it'd have to be accredited by
Mhm.
somebody. I don't think anyone can just start a school. I think there's,
we could add in the word accredited as
Mhm.
well, if
yeah.
accredited degree.
Whatever
granting.
adjective or term is needed to make sure a school is what at least I think we think a school is. I see the high school as a school. I see St. Luke's as a school. I see South as a school. I'd kind of leave it at that. So whatever terms get us to that point, I would be supportive of.
So I guess where I was going with, so if we take all those conditions you laid out, which off the top of my head, I don't have an issue with, but this is the process. And let's insert, instead of this special application, we're hearing the country school with something like this. Are we still okay with it? Because theoretically, based on how that's written, another school could use it. I mean, I think I am, but I'm just raising the question that the way this is written, another school could come forward and off the top of our heads, do we have issues with the same type of thing at a different location?
So I'm going to try and address that as best I can. I think it's okay because it is the intent of our legislative capacity to support our institutions. And then if a particular application comes along, we will deal with it when it comes along. But by doing this form of text amendment, I think that what we do is create a structure that supports the institution, and then we can deal with the application of the special permit.
Commissioners, anything additional, any other thoughts?
So just a question, sorry, let me get the microphone to work here. Yeah. Just from a procedural perspective, so if that text amendment, if you weave all those constraints into the text amendment, would you propose leaving the special permit and all the other conditions there that are from the 2013 permit intact and no additions there, or would you add additional additions there?
Well, that's the special permit modification, right? We're talking, initially, we've been talking about the text amendment.
Yeah.
Right, but what I heard here, no, I'm with you, but I feel like the two work in tandem.
They do. They do.
And so I wasn't sure if the text amendment would stand alone and there wouldn't be incremental conditions.
Fair question, Commissioner. I mean, my own view is that they're separate but related, and the commentary from Commissioner Sverdlov, Commissioner Cassavant, you, me, regarding a level of constraints on growth is something that should be in the any approval, assuming there is a text amendment that would allow this to happen. And so I don't see the text change as being sufficient in order to address those matters. There would be additional constraints, I think, that would, in my mind, need to be imposed on the applicant. So this is a starting point. It does some of it. It doesn't put the ball in the net.
Correct.
That's my view, Commissioner.
I think the conditions on the special permit are just that. They're site-specific elements to the approval of this kind of an application, given that the text amendment is opening the door for the application to happen. Then in the special permit conditions, we can address other items, whether that's traffic monitoring, reporting, additional surface lot coverage, overall capacity of the school, if we want to go down that route. Those could all be additional requirements of the special permit approval. One thing that still, I think we're getting to a place where we're feeling comfortable with the language of the text amendment. But in terms of the, are we all ready to talk about the special permit now, to kind of transition into that?
So
know
I
there-
would-
what is it?
I would recommend, because I think you guys have been talking about that a lot. There is still a third decision that you all have to make about the environmental intervention. And that hasn't been discussed at all yet, so I don't know in what order you want to
Should
do
we,
that in, but
should we get into that, or do we need to give you more clear direction now on the special permit language? Sorry, the text amendment language.
so I think I have enough from, and I'll have to go through the recording again to get everything, but I do think I have enough to draft, the general consensus for the text amendment, and then when it does come to a final vote, you all will still be able to make edits, but I do think I have enough, and then I can also email it to the commission to just make sure I got everything.
Okay. So let's talk about the special permit, but also the environmental impact.
The intervention.
So
Sorry, environmental.
So you shouldn't
intervention.
talk, I don't recommend necessarily talking about them at the same time, because they are going to be two separate resolutions and they're two separate decisions. It's just at some point, and I don't know if it happens tonight or not, but at some point you do need to talk about that and make a decision on it. And I know Pete's on the call to be able to kind of talk through the environmental intervention as needed. So I just don't know in what order you all want to do that, but
Okay. Why don't we conclude with the special permit discussion? I think there's more for us to digest as we're talking about the environmental side that may impact our opinions on any conditions or special criteria that may put on the special permit. So environmental impact, do you want, how do you want to start that discussion? Pete, giving us a brief, or?
Pete, are you able to just kind of go through the statute and, the burden of proof and that general stuff for the commission?
Sure, yeah. Well, basically, the statute allows anybody to file a verified petition alleging that some activity related to the application is going to basically unreasonably pollute the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. So it's up to the intervener to prove that. There is some substantial evidence in the record to show that there is going to be that negative impact. And I assume the intervener either intentionally or by reference intervened in both the text amendment application and the special permit application. So it just, so in a resolution, you would reference both or have two separate resolutions with respect to the intervention. All you're really finding there is whether or not the applicant met, the intervener met his or her burden of proof to establish that unreasonable, it's reasonably likely to unreasonably pollute is the language in the statute. So, and that again is through substantial evidence. So it's a finding that you make. It's not necessarily an approval or a denial of either application. It's simply a finding whether you agree with the intervener that there's some unreasonable pollution that will, arise from this activity. So, and actually, even though the activity is the pollution on the activity is going to arise out of the special permit or the site plan approval, as opposed to the text amendment. But I don't know if the intervention, if the petition was specific only to the special permit or not, but at any rate, it's the same resolution would apply to both.
So if we find, in discussing this, if we find that the intervener satisfactorily provided information that there's the likely possibility of pollutants, am I saying that correctly, that it's likely, or that it's definitive that there would be pollutants?
No, reasonably likely to unreasonably pollute. So it's not an absolute standard, but there is a burden of proof that has to be met through substantial evidence, meaning essentially expert testimony. And from the perspective of the Planning and Zoning Commission, that gets into the concept of health, safety, and welfare. So the Wetlands Commission also had an intervention. And by the way, you are supposed to give the wetland decision what the statute calls due consideration. It's one of the reasons that they have to come up with their decision before you reach a decision, is so that you can give their decision reasonable or due consideration. You're not bound by anything they did. In the case of the Wetland Commission, I believe they found that the interveners had not met their burden in front of that agency, but that's not binding on you.
Pete, I read the findings from the Wetlands Commission, and they were pretty high level. Like, it wasn't like a 20-page document. It might have been 1, maybe 2 pages max. Is that the same kind of level of detail that this would have for a planning commission as well?
Yeah, essentially it is. I mean, I don't know how much evidence was presented with respect to the environmental impact of this activity. But typically in any resolution, you're going to cite whatever evidence in the record that you believe supports whatever finding you make. So keeping in mind that it's the intervener's burden. So they have to prove, that impact. And, but your findings can be, your findings could be as simple as that you've reviewed the evidence and you do not believe that the interveners met their burden, or if you think they did, then it's a good idea to cite the evidence in the record that supports that finding, because again, it's their burden. So if they didn't meet that burden, you can simply say that they didn't meet the burden. And again, it's simply a separate vote. And again, it's not dispositive of your decision with respect to the text amendment or the special permit. But since health, safety, and welfare are one of the criteria you consider in a special permit application, if you find that there's unreasonable pollution, then it would stand, or at least it would reasonably follow that the application has, negative impact on health, safety, or welfare.
And if we were to determine that, then basically it's a hard stop on the application.
Well, it goes to the special permit portion of it, not the text amendment, but it's a criteria that you consider. So it's not necessarily, you also balance, remember, a special permit, if you adopt this regulation, then the activity is permitted, subject to special permit criteria, which include health, safety, and welfare. So it's up to you to determine whether, even if you find that the interveners have met their burden, does that rise to having, determining that this activity will have that kind of negative impact on health, safety, or welfare. So it seems that, to be consistent, if the answer to one is yes, the answer to the other is yes, but not necessarily if you find that, yes, there might be unreasonable pollution, but you balance that against whatever other factors you, under special permit criteria, you deem are relevant. It's simply a separate finding.
Commissioners, thoughts? We had extensive presentation by the intervener and their experts. Just a brief recap, right? Multiple experts talking about the pollutant levels that could be probable in the discharge into the wetlands and into the watercourse. They requested additional testing, specific testing agencies. And as part of the wetlands approval, there was, and Sarah, you can correct me if I'm stating any of this incorrectly. The water district, the first taxing district, required an approval from them for the wetlands approval, and which in turn required testing on the site. The water district used the same consultant that the intervener recommended to be used for the testing, the same testing agency. And that testing agency came back with recommendations and changes to the proposed application in terms of containment and filtration and flow, et cetera. And the applicant made those changes to their design, at which point the water district and their consultant have currently approved their modified design. Is that correct?
Mostly, it's more just the first taxing district doesn't have any further comments. They don't want to express an opinion whether they support or disapprove
I
the
see.
application, but they know their concerns were addressed.
Thank you.
In addition to what Commissioner Radman just said, Pete Gelderman, Maria Coplett's drainage report, which was shortly after intervener's attorney Green presented a bunch of information. Should we be considering the town drainage report as part of the environmental impact?
If there's evidence that there will be an environmental impact as a result of the drainage, I'm not familiar with Maria's report, and I assume it's in your record as opposed to the Wetland Commission record, so you can consider it for what it says. It's in the record. And I don't know if Maria drew a conclusion that the drainage concerns, if she had any, I don't know what her report said, but if she had drainage concerns, yeah.
Pete, if this is helpful, basically her summary was it complies with the town drainage requirement. And the summary of her report.
Right, which basically deal with, volume and of water off site. That, I don't think there's necessarily a correlation between between drainage compliance and an environmental impact, one way or the other.
Thank you.
So commissioners, we're going to need to bring this to a vote. Do we feel that there was satisfactory evidence from the applicant to prove that there would reasonably likely to be unreasonable pollution or pollutants?
Just to clarify, you mean the intervener?
Sorry,
not
the intervener.
Not the applicant.
Sorry, not the applicant, the intervener.
So I guess I'll speak because nobody else wants to. I thought that the interveners presented some interesting and compelling information. But for me, once the water district came in and said that they, as a provider of water to 40,000 residents in Norwalk, didn't have any additional issues in terms of how this would affect their water supply, I can't say then that I think there's going to be unreasonable pollution to the water source. I just have a hard time because, I'm not an expert. I'm relying on the experts, and I would think that the First Taxing District of Norwalk is hopefully pretty expert in what they do in terms of providing potable drinking water. So I would vote that I don't think the interveners met the burden.
Commissioner Cruz, I would also note that the taxing district is using a reservoir for their water, so it's above ground water, it's not underground water. And they're different, water can move in different directions, and something on the one side may be fine, something on another may not be fine, depending on aquifer movement. Some of the comments from, I think it was Brissa Tian, from the Northeast, I thought were very interesting. Particularly on salmon. The comment was, well, we don't have any salmon here, but salmon are a very sensitive species. So that stuck in my mind, frankly. And the idea of forever chemicals and PFAS, I still get the sense from the conversation that we're still in the early stages of trying to figure out what does all this mean, particularly long-term. And I think those are things we should think about too. Because I think we always want to kind of try to stay, as New Canaan, we always want to stay ahead of the curve a bit on these things. And so those I'm still working on those issues, but they are of concern to me.
I just don't, I hear you and I don't disagree. Like, I think that's true and I'm concerned too. I just don't know how we as a planning and zoning commission, like, number one, is that way beyond our expertise and our role to get into controlling pollution in groundwater? And number two, do we override? I hear you about groundwater being different than surface water, but do we override the perceived experts? Like, that just feels like, I just don't know that we're in that capable situation.
I think we as a commission, we always face the dilemma of who do we believe, right? And the applicant will always have, and it not just for this application, but for any application, whether it be pollutants or traffic or whatever the issue may be. The applicant will always have consultants that will provide data and reports and statistics and history to support their position, their application. Whether it be an intervener or just a neighbor or whatever the case may be who's opposing the application will do the same. They're always going to provide, that's their goal, is to provide the counterpoint to it. I think here we have a very valid situation where we have an objective third party, being the water district, and their consultant, who was the recommended consultant that the intervener wanted to use, doing the testing and the reporting and providing a letter of satisfaction on the proposed design.
The only point, Dan, that I'd make is that, the question here is, are we convinced by what the intervener said? And I think there is a distinction here between the public water supply and the wells that could be affected locally. And then, again, we haven't voted yet, but I think they are distinct issues. I think that on the matter of the public water supply, I was convinced by all of the evidence. What troubles me to a degree is what evidence there is on wells, but there was no testing on wells.
That's the issue I have, because the applicant, the intervener did have the opportunity to test existing wells and provide data on existing pollutants that could have been entered into record as a baseline barometer for future evaluation and testing, but that wasn't done.
In my case, The way I stay ahead of the curve is by drinking spring water at all times, as well as my children. We were on a well. And, it could be tested one day and the next day, one day it could be good. The next day it might not be so good because it depends how the aquifer is dealing with the well specifically to where you are. So I believe in what the experts are saying. However, since I don't have definitive proof, nor am I an expert on this, I will, when it comes to a vote, probably abstain.
Okay.
It's Commissioner Turner. I'd like to, just for the record, the Norwalk River Watershed Association submitted a letter, and their concern are the PFASs, and the forever chemicals that are contained within plastic. They're very concerned about this turf, and it really doesn't matter if it's recycled rubber or if it's an EPDM. It's rubber, and it has toxic chemicals that are associated with it. And I think the record should show that the intervener, in fact, did present some very significant evidence that what is being proposed does create problems.
This is Commissioner Chris. Commissioner Turner, I hear you on this. I remember during the hearings, I talked about I remember I brought up the issue of different kinds of rubber, including
there, yeah.
natural rubber.
Yep.
Natural rubber is tree sap. Well,
Virgin
so is
rubber.
maple syrup, it's tree sap. Natural rubber is used in tires, usually on high impact situations like jets, which land and generate a lot of friction when they hit the ground. And natural rubber is better at handling that than the Goodyear artificial rubber. And so I haven't heard anything that natural rubber kicks off worrisome chemicals of any sort. At least it was not in the record as far as I can remember. And so one of the conditions, potentially, if there is a concern regarding this, and I can see how people can be concerned about it, is say you use natural rubber, problem solved, or at least ameliorated.
But didn't we go through that with the applicant where when the intervener did the first presentation, the toxic discharge levels were based on what I believe is called crumb rubber, which is recycled tires and rubber.
Rubber tires.
And then the applicant modified their specification to, and I think they called it virgin rubber. Is that correct?
Virgin tire rubber, yeah.
Well,
No,
I think they used tire.
Virgin EPDM.
Was that the exact term? Virgin
Yes.
EPDM?
Yep.
So they changed, I don't know if that qualifies for being as wholesome as what you're describing in that type of rubber, but the discharge and contaminants that were being cited by the intervener were based on that crumb rubber specification.
I will, reading from the words of Bill Kenny, who was the landscape architect, land use, not his words specifically, but his basic argument is that because this was a redevelopment project on a smaller scale, don't need to do PFA testing to do an evaluation. And he spoke quite extensively on both the 3 wells that are on the property that are currently tested and other items. So there was a reasonable amount of information, I think, on this. I wish there had been more testing on the wells of the butters. Yeah, but there is not.
But it's Commissioner Turner. Yes, they are testing the wells, the existing wells, but with a new development, with a new product, the off-gassing, the chemicals that are released was not addressed.
But one way we could deal with that would be to ask for, as a condition of approval, some form of testing, both now and in the future, to ensure that there is not damage to the wells. Can we do that?
So I just wanted to point out that in Weston and Sampson's memo, they specifically requested that any turf material brought to St. Luke's be tested before it's brought to the campus to confirm that there are no PFAs to the standards of California Proposition 65 and the European REACH standards. And that has been incorporated in as a special condition of the wetlands permit. So essentially the,
Incorporate the same thing.
correct, but so that control is already there.
Thank you.
Correct. And just to add that the existing turf field, which has been there over a decade, if not more, 15 years, something like that, that has what I'll call the old rubber, the old crumb rubber, which has been proven to have contaminant discharge from that. And they're replacing it with a better solution. So the leap can be made that any contaminants coming off of this field are going to be better or are going to be less than what's currently happening there, thereby making the water, the aquifer and the water associated with the discharge better than what's currently experienced.
Sarah, I had are they removing the old field?
Correct.
Yes.
In
totality, yep.
Yes, thank you.
As I recall, the old field needs to be taken up and taken off site, period. You can't reuse it, as I remember.
Correct.
Yeah, and they were supposed to provide a bill of lading that all of the material
Gone.
was removed. That was another condition.
Yeah, understood.
And in terms of testing, water testing, I mean, I'd written down that that was a potential condition too. But are you talking about on St. Luke's property? Because I don't think we can require them to test neighbors' wells. I think that's part of the problem is that, you know, you can't go on other people's private property and say, I'm going to test your well.
So yes, but to the extent that neighbors were willing to provide access to property, right? I mean, you know, what I'm.
Which they weren't.
So
No. I'm telling you, going forward.
Going forward,
So,
yes.
so a question here, you know, again, trying to find a way to a resolution that satisfies a butter concerns. If in fact neighbors are concerned about well water quality, we don't have a baseline. And in the future, right, envision a problem where 5 years from now, if there were a problem with these wells, we don't have a baseline today, and we would have no way to determine if there were a problem that might require remediation. Now, if there were a way to deal with this.
So a couple thoughts. One, St. Luke's, I believe, provided in the record a copy of their well testing because they're a school, they're required to provide it to the state a certain number of times per year. And
They did.
so you do have that baseline. It's not neighboring property, but they are wells.
Those wells, if I remember the map correctly, they are to the northwest in that, sorry?
They're on the edges.
They're on the edges towards the west side of the property.
Yes, but something to consider, and I don't know if, you know, Pete can articulate it more accurately, but so the State Department of Health is who regulates wells and water quality, and they don't have any concrete regulations yet on PFAs or turf fields specifically. So I don't know if the commission has the authority to go above and beyond what the state is currently mandating, because you all don't regulate wells. It's a different body. And this application was referred to the State Department of Health and they did not comment.
However, we don't have any state requirements on the number of meetings that can be held at Grace Farms, and yet we've made it a condition of approval. So the question here is that in being responsive to the needs and potentialities of issues for the abutters, is there some reasonable solution? Again, I'm trying to reach for something that would make everybody equally unhappy.
So I would just defer to Pete if, having a condition where St. Luke's is required to test, other private properties wells, or if we can hold them to a certain standard for PFAs, if that,
Before Pete answers,
Okay.
that's not actually what I was
Okay,
suggesting. I was
okay.
suggesting that to the extent that a neighbor wished to have a series of well tests done and would provide access to an independent tester, so that in the future, if there was indication of a baseline, again, this is what I wish the intervener had done today in presentation, but I'm trying to get to things that might work, right? What if 7 years from now, we have 52 wells that don't work and they happen to be immediately, or there could be 6, right, based on the map, but what do we do about that? Or maybe we don't do anything. I just find it.
But currently, we have no way of telling if there would be a negative impact, right? Because there's no current test that could, on a neighbor's well, that could say, okay, there's this contaminant at 50 parts per million. I'm just making it up. And 5 years from now, if that well's tested and we don't have this initial test, and that contaminant level is down to 2 parts per million, someone might still raise their hand and say, that's an unacceptable level. But we have nothing to compare it against.
Hearing no other people worried about this testing issue, I guess I'll step off this. I happen to think that an appropriate remedy here would be to test every well if the adjacent abutters wanted their wells tested by an independent resource, and that there be an annual test of those wells. And if in fact St. Luke's was successful in its application and everything that has been represented happens, that well quality would probably improve, right? Because we're going to replace a field that's leaching crummy or emittance now with a better field. So everybody should be happy with that.
With the condition that if the neighbor so chooses to have their well tested, that it is tested before construction starts on the site.
Absolutely. Yeah. And to me, if there is no negative impact, then all we have is the fee associated with testing and a creation of a baseline of information.
Agreed.
I'm curious, Pete, what do you think on this?
Well, I'm thinking of something a little different, and that's what happens if there is some increase in pollutant load at that point in time? Does the turf field get taken away? I don't know what the import of that is if you find that if there is increased pollution to wells. And obviously there's got to be a way to determine that it's caused by, the assumption is that it would be caused by the field. There needs to be a correlation between the field and the pollution if there is an increase. I'm down the road, it is going to create some legal issues, I think, simply in terms of enforcement and sort of cause and effect. In terms of making it a condition, in terms of just the concept of putting that condition on an approval, I think it's within your authority to do that. I'm just talking about what the ultimate effect of that would be.
One further question, Pete, then that would be part of a special permit component and separate from the obvious discussion of whether we feel that the intervener made some case. Is that correct?
Correct. That's how, yes, that's
So-
how I would interpret it. Yep.
So we can remove my discussion until we get to the special permit component, right? So we can get back to the
Yeah,
question
table
of,
it.
yep. Thank you.
It's Commissioner Turner. It sounds like we're trying to establish some kind of baseline about the existing conditions for the wells adjacent to the school. But what about the reservoir? Shouldn't we understand what the condition is right now, what contaminants are there and at what level. I mean, this is water that is provided to citizens of New Canaan. And, you know, I think it's important to understand, you know, how good that water is in the reservoir, how it's been treated. And if it was to, you know, somehow increase in its, you know, volume or containments or contaminants, I think that should be part of this, you know, if it's a condition, we need to understand what the existing condition of that reservoir is.
I have two thoughts on that. Number one, isn't that somebody else's job? And number two, to what Pete just said, the causality is going to be incredibly difficult legally to show. I mean, even if we were to take on the role of the Norwalk First Taxing District and say that we wanted to have some say over that, if the water quality in the reservoir gets worse, how do we point the finger directly at St. Luke's?
And where
Well-
does it end? Because at that point, the affected parties are not just the abutting neighbors that have wells, but
All of Norwalk?
all of Norwalk and New Canaan and Darien.
Something to think about.
I just don't think, to your point, I don't think we can weigh in on that condition.
Yeah.
It's not in our purview.
This is Commissioner Chris, one of the issues is, okay, how do you, as Mr. Gelbin mentioned, is, okay, what's the remedy?
Right.
Assuming you can actually draw a line of cause and effect, that's an assuming, which may be a little tricky. But let's assume you've squared that circle. It's okay, so what do you do about it? And, you know, what are the remedies we have? I'm not sure we have a lot of remedies, at least if there are, I'd love to hear from someone, one of my fellow commissioners, what the remedies would be, but I'm not sure what they would be. So even if you think it's a good idea, and I can see why you would think it's a good idea, it's the logistics of demonstrating cause and effect and having some type of means to create a remedy to any ill effect that is determined to exist. I'm not sure we have a way to do that. This is the
I don't know if this is a good
practicality issue.
idea or a bad idea, but what if we had St. Luke's test the water in the detention systems annually for PFAs? I mean, we don't know if they're leaving the site, where they're going, whatever, but at least we would know if they're being captured. I don't know if that's realistic or not.
But how do you test something like that if it's not captured?
No, I mean, it's captured in a they have a whole water detention system.
Yeah, I mean, all you would have to do is get into one of the containment basins during a rainstorm.
It was described in the application that there would be Coltec and other types of reservoirs
With service openings, et cetera.
to you know, bleed the water into the ground.
Yep. And these are conditions we can put on the special permit.
We're still not
Going,
back on.
we're not even there yet. We're still back to the intervener's allegation, and that is assertion that is it reasonably likely that they're to unreasonably pollute. So based on the applicant and the intervener and all of the experts that we heard from, do we feel that it's reasonably likely that there will be pollution coming off of this?
Unreasonable pollution.
Unreasonable pollution.
Yeah, my opinion is based on all of the evidence that we heard during our sessions,
Mhm.
upon which we're supposed to be guided. I did not hear that there would be a reasonable likelihood of substantial pollution.
Of
or
unreasonable
pollution.
I would agree with that.
I would agree with that.
I actually would say that, to the contrary, based on the experts' reports and statements, that what we heard is that the containment systems will address the mitigation or the filtration and mitigation of any pollutants coming out of the containment galleries. And that theoretically, because of the removal of the old crumb rubber field and associated contaminants, and replacement with new virgin EPDM rubber, theoretically, it will have significantly less pollutants associated with it.
That's also what I heard. And then I was just trying to get to trust but verify, right? Is there a way to
Yeah.
prove it? But anyway,
This Commissioner Chris, I still struggle with the issue of, okay, so what is a minimum safe level of stuff we know to be bad? Some of the things cited were bad, and it was detectable at perhaps minor levels, but it was detectable. At what point do you say, if it's below this level, not that bad. If it's above this level, bad. This seemed to be a moving target, as we
You
know.
mean in terms of unreasonable?
Unreasonableness, yes. And, we're learning more and more about the effects of forever chemicals. We learned about all kinds of other harmful substances over the years just through living. And our understanding of the harmful effects of these and mitigation strategies are changing. And so I'm always worried that, we're getting a bit behind the times and that we may be missing something. I mean, this is one of my concerns. And the professor whom I cited, highlighted some of these issues in very sensitive species, which was something I was still thinking about. And so this is the concern, is that, there's an emerging risk that appears to be not that virulent, but maybe we're missing it, and it really is, because we thought if it's below X level, it's okay. If it's above X level, it's not so okay, but we're not sure we're stuck a pin in X at the right level. I worry about this as part of this. And reasonable people differ on this, which makes it even more challenging to me. So.
Is it helpful to take a straw vote for this portion of the decision at this point, just to get some clarity?
Yeah, let's do that. So to be clear, we're voting on whether we believe that the intervener satisfactorily represented that there would be reasonably likely to produce unreasonable amounts of pollutants. Am I correct there?
Yes, and this is not an official vote. This is just a
This is
straw vote.
Just a straw poll. I'm just reminding everyone of what we're voting on.
Yep.
A sense of the commission.
Okay. We'll take it to vote. Art Casavant,
no, the intervener did not prove a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution.
so everyone's clear on that, right? No
That
means
was what
they
Art said.
knows what Art said. Chris Herring,
I agree with Art that no, the intervener did not. Thank you for the microphone. I agree that the intervener did not provide a proof level that the new final result would pollute in a higher level than current state.
okay. John Chris,
I'm a bit on the fence here.
So since it is a straw vote, like you all don't have to put
I'm
your
not going to vote
reasons on the
maybe
record,
because
but-
that's not the way I do it. It's a close call for me. I'm going to say yes, but it's a close call.
Okay.
That's my view now. I am not voting.
okay. Christina Larson. Krista Nielsen,
No.
Dan Radman, I vote no. Alan Swerdlow,
I'm gonna, as I said before, I'm gonna abstain because of two reasons. One, I'm not an expert. And two, I always look back at the unforeseen consequences of things we have done in the past. So I'm really unsure about this.
but to be fair, we're all in that same
Yeah,
position.
we're all,
Yeah.
But I'm abstaining,
So
to be fair.
I
But-
would just question for Pete if if Commissioner Swordlow feels the need to abstain for this portion of the vote, does that impact his ability to vote on the other portions of this application?
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
And Kent,
Kent, sorry, yes, thank you.
Yes,
you vote yes?
I do, yes.
Okay. So we have 2 yeses and 5 nos.
So what does that, what does that do for Sarah? Do you have to
So I
write
mean,
both?
five is enough for a,
Denial.
you know, that's half of, or majority of, the full commission, so that would carry as a decision. So if any of the no's are potentially able to be swayed, I would need to know, in theory, but if the no's are set on the no's, then my path is clear.
I think we're set.
Okay.
I don't hear any changes of opinion. So that gives you enough to produce a statement on the interveners issue.
Correct. So I'm relatively clear on the text amendment and the intervention and
Yep.
For the special permit. Given the hour, I don't know if you all need to come back and think more about what conditions you necessarily need.
I'd like to go through it.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah,
you know, everyone's been keeping notes, I'm sure, on special conditions for this special permit modification. I mean, I can start it off, just traffic monitoring is, and we can add, you know, expand on the actual requirement of the traffic monitor, whether that's annual or biannual, whatever it might be, but traffic monitoring and a traffic report pre-garage construction and post-garage construction, I would recommend on an annual basis. Additional
Measuring what?
traffic back up specifically onto North Wilton Road.
So the level of service.
So queue length or level of service?
Both,
Okay.
both.
yes. I
I'm
agree
less
with that.
concerned about
I agree with that.
the traffic and flow on the site specifically. That's the applicant's problem. But how it impacts the neighbors and safety requirements and access for emergency vehicles, et cetera, onto North Wilton Road is my primary concern.
Could I ask one other question?
Yep.
About that? So in the 2013 conditions, you know, there was a specific benchmark that you were measuring it against. There had to be a 20% improvement from existing conditions. So I recommend that, you know, if you're going to have a traffic report, that there's some sort of baseline that they need to meet or exceed. So whether that's,
Well, here they're representing a whole different thing. They're representing that all traffic on North Wilton Road will be mitigated and
Yeah.
eliminated.
so if that's what you want on the condition, that's fine. I just trying to understand what the level is.
I think that's what should be on there because that's what the applicant represented.
So no queue whatsoever on North
Mhm.
Wilton.
It's their words, not mine.
This is Commissioner Cruz. I would also suggest, one may be a town issue as opposed to an applicant issue, but no idling signs. There are state rules on idling, and I think some reminders of people that idling is a bad thing. So if you're stuck in a line, don't run the engine more than, I think, what is it, 3 minutes? I can't remember the number, but might be useful. One other matter, and I'm not sure this could be included in it, but I want to suggest it either, in addition, excuse me, misspoke. One of the issues I picked up is that there was a sense of the school and neighbors are not necessarily getting along well. And I remember there was a situation like this with Silver Hill, and the neighbors created a essentially neighborhood group, which became the go-to point people for between the hospital and the neighbors, let's call that broadly. And I remember the head of the hospital was here, and I asked him a number of years ago, I said, well, how's it going? And he said, it's going very well. And it seemed to work well for them. And it's a way to have a definitive, these are the people you talk to, they organize their folks, we organize our folks, we have a certain schedule of getting together and talking about things, and notices that this may be something that would be useful, because I don't know, these kind of schoolyard fights that don't strike me as the New Canaan way. And if there's a better way to do this, I certainly that would suggest it to people.
Yeah, could I clarify because that was one of the things I was going to recommend, would be an advisory commission and a clear professional representative from St. Luke's who would be responsible for responding to whoever the head of that advisory or community group was, so that if there were issues, someone could go directly and be assured of at least if not a change in activity, a response, so that there would be no question about communication paths.
So I don't see it specifically in the 2013 condition of approval, but I'm pretty sure St. Luke's had some sort of condition like that in a previous approval. So I will go back to look, just
Yeah.
because we may want to reference that, or
Yeah, it
whatever,
is interesting because of the number of comments made by people who came into the room talking about issues that at least they perceived about
Yep.
responsiveness. And again, it's always somebody else's view about whether somebody's responsive or not, but we need to clarify that.
I mentioned this because it seemed to me that the system in place at Silver Hill seemed to be working well. I haven't heard otherwise. And the one time we had a chance to query the head of the hospital, he said on the record it's going well. So I'd take the gentleman at his word. But this way you have this is the person you talk to, supposed to that, as opposed to fielding 15 questions from 15 different people. It just makes things a little simpler. And you have a system of scheduled consultations, so that there are always opportunities to discuss matters. It just seems like an idea worth exploring, because I think that this type of communication can head issues off of the pass that I think is a benefit to the neighbors, it's a benefit to the school, it's a benefit to the town, it's just a good thing. So I'm not quite sure how to word that, Mr. Chairman, but I think something along those lines might be something we want to consider if we are allowed to. So
Yeah.
that's my idea.
Sarah, as Sarah mentioned, she'll look back at the previous approvals, and there's probably some.
yeah. And I can
overlap.
also look at the Silver Hill language specifically, since it seems that has worked well, have similar language to that.
Thank you.
So we've got a few more water testing. I'll get to the end. I'll leave that, find one for the end. We did mention that all of the existing turf field composition to be removed, carted, tagged, and removed off-site. Want to make sure that's part of the conditions.
Is that different than what the first taxing district asked for? I mean, it may not be, I'm just asking. if
They
you want-
probably worded it differently, but probably the same.
Do you want to, for consistency's sake, maybe just have a general condition that says, all requests as outlined in blah memo from Weston and Sampson dated X date be met to
Yes.
the satisfaction, and then
That's
that would
fine.
address that?
That's fine.
Well, it's Commissioner Turner. I think it's important that all the material that's being taken off site has to be disposed in an environmentally way, or what is legally required. There are codes, there are governmental entities that are very restrictive about what can be done with that contaminated material.
But we as a commission can't tell them how to satisfy those requirements. They have to
No,
do
but
that
we
as
can-
part of
we-
their
but we
removal
can-
process.
But we can add the word
As per
code.
all applicable codes.
Correct.
Okay. We can do that.
Okay.
Lighting, the applicant did represent that there's no surface lighting on the field. There is proposed garage lighting on the interior. And what I am most concerned about is the visibility of that lighting from neighbors. The applicant did provide cross-sections through the garage structure showing those light fixtures nestled into the structure and up behind beams and so on. But until it's built and until you can view it from the neighbor's properties, you're not going to be able to understand. There's going to be no foot candles illumination, measurable illumination getting to a neighbor's property. It's too far. But the perceived illumination, the same thing we went through with New Canaan Country School and neighbor across the street, of that illumination, that's what we don't want. We don't want this, bright row of lights being visible from, 800 yards away. So the condition I would put in there is that all garage lighting or all interior garage lighting be installed and shielded sufficiently so as to not be visible beyond the property lines.
It's,
So once they install it and there's a complaint, it's easy to go to the property line at night and see whether you can see that, light, and additional shielding might be required.
So I guess, in theory, that sounds very cut and dry, but what does not being able to see it from the property line actually mean? Because I think the, neighbors provided photos that you can see the light from the school building from, I believe, their backyards at night. So what does that mean? Because the way our regulations read, it's about light trespass and that the lighting isn't lighting up the neighbor's backyard, but, if a light's on, you may in theory be able to see it across your yard. So I just think more articulation of what.
yeah,
That's-
and it's Commissioner.
That's why
Commissioner
I'm,
Turner. I'd like to just add that the shielding of the lights that Chairman Radman mentions is a very good thing. But the problem, the challenge that we have is that light reflects off of the automobiles, the glass, the metal surfaces. And then what compounds it is that you've got all these trees and they basically become lanterns. And, it's almost as if we need some kind of shielding at the building surface so that that light doesn't reflect. I think we have to consider additional means of light trespass and how we can mitigate it.
So just a thought, you could, in theory, require that no parking is permitted in the garage past 7 p.m. And then if there's a special event or something, they have to notify planning and zoning or, the neighbors. So you could, in theory, limit how many cars are accessing the garage when it's dark out.
yeah, that's going to be difficult because of sporting events and evening events, as we found with New Canaan Country School. They represented that their events would stop at 10 o'clock because they do have games going into the evening. I'm sure St. Luke's does the same.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on that. The comment about how light works in a garage, is correct. It doesn't matter if you shield the light or not. It's the fact that the light is present and it's required by code to a certain level. The only way to shield the light is to either, physically shield it or to have it off because the garage is not in use. Those are really the two options.
That's what
We're not going to do mood lighting in a garage. It's not going to
So
happen.
the applicant did represent that they would be on motion sensors. So, you could in theory have a condition that 6 months or a year after construction, that's, reconfirmed or annually reconfirmed that the sensors are working and that.
But
system
what
is
does that
being-
actually mean, Sarah? I mean, does it mean when a car drives in, all the lights will go on? because that's what will
So
happen.
that question was asked at the last public hearing, and the applicant stated that the lights only turn on for the area you're in, and then they shut off after 10 minutes of inactivity.
It's zoned.
It's zoned.
Okay. I do like the idea that the garage would be prohibited from use at certain times of the evening. I don't know if that's practical or if that's something we can impose upon the applicant. But it's the only, in my opinion, it's the only way of shielding light from the neighbors, other than not having openings at the point where the light sheds onto the neighborhood.
Or, to your point, a physical shielding solution, which could be a landscaping solution along the western edge. Because it's really the western edge that we're worried about.
It would have to be a massive and mature landscaping solution
Mhm.
that could definitely work.
This Commissioner Chris, one thing I have seen is you have essentially window boxes with vines on an edge, and they drape down and become like a drapery, and they tend to take some of the edge off lights. I've seen it.
Yep.
So let me just say that and stop.
Yeah, the difficult part about that is being an open parking garage, they need to have a certain amount of free area around the perimeter for ventilation. It's a minimum of 50% open when you measure from floor to ceiling. They already have structure that's taking that percentage away. And by doing anything that's directly applied to the facade, impedes that free area opening. Whereas if you were to do plantings, for example, 4 feet away from the perimeter of the garage, you have zero impact on the free area movement, yet you're still shielding it.
Yeah, one of the issues, Mr. Chairman, regarding that is that if memory serves, that area, say a few feet away, plant some nice holly trees or something, you're in the upland review area,
Yeah.
I believe.
I don't think you're all the way into it.
No, so that is completely in the upland review area, and also the football field would be cantilevered off because there's a steep, I would say 15-foot drop.
That's a drop.
So then you plant trees, I would venture 30 years before it's actually screening anything. So it's not a short-term or near-term solution based on the conditions.
There have been some interesting solutions, especially one that just was completed on Route 33, north of the Post Road in Westport. Project by Roger Ferris. It's a residential project. It has an above-ground parking garage on the full first floor. And what they've done there is they've used an incandescent colored, but not incandescent light, of course. Soft light, I don't know if I got permission for that, with slats going horizontally on the openings of the garage. It actually makes the garage look great. It makes it look like a kind of an aesthetic element that is appropriate to the building. And the building is a glass building. So I don't know if you guys end up driving down Route 33 in Westport at night, but you might want to have a look at that.
Would that affect the airflow issue that you were talking about?
It depends on the design of the slats, if they're louvered and angled in such a way that they prevent the light from bleeding out, but don't affect the free area, it could work.
Yeah, this is quite nice. The slats take up about 50% of the surface area and the rest is open. In fact, it's one of the rare instances where you actually want it to be open and see how the cars are being lighted. It's a very interesting intervention. I don't know if the neighbors would like it in this area, but it's certainly something that they could consider.
You could consider a condition as you've done, I'm thinking about with the library and everything, where if, you can't think of a solution tonight, you could ask the applicant to come back within a certain time frame to explore other solutions to the lighting issue. And, they don't get a building permit until that has been addressed. So let's say if, there's the ventilation issue, but let's say covering, like putting up some sort of covering is possibly feasible, as they get further into the construction design, they may be able to find a solution, but, at this point they can't.
We did a similar thing with, the country school where we asked them to put in motorized roll-down shades in the transom windows to mitigate that issue. And here, actually thinking about the cantilever, that might present them a workable design opportunity here. I love using that word, where the screening of whatever design they come up with could be hung from the edge of the cantilever sufficiently away from the structure, but yet enough to mitigate the light. But we'll leave that to the applicant. We're just commissioners. So lighting, so no surface lighting, we just talked about garage lighting. Landscaping, we already discussed that because of the drop off, that's problematic on the western edge.
Also, the Wetlands Commission did require, I think they're cutting down 12 trees
Mhm.
that are of a certain caliper or larger, and that one of the conditions is that they replace those trees, so there is already a landscaping condition on it.
And we can also make that one of our conditions, that all the requirements of the Wetlands Commission report need to be satisfied. Do we
There's-
need to?
There's no need to.
No need to,
Yeah.
okay.
So are they replacing the trees in the same area they're being removed from, in the upland area?
I
of
think the
York?
general
Okay.
vicinity,
It's not just
but
like
they weren't.
anywhere on the property, it has to
Correct,
be in that.
correct.
Additionally, no illuminated signage. No illuminated signage on the outside of the garage or on the interior.
What about a scoreboard? I don't know if the scoreboard is
I
proposed
said
to be
garage
lighted.
only.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Garage only. So don't want a big, enter and exit sign on the entrance to the garage, and don't want illuminated directional arrows or parking spot indicators, the green and red lights above spots, all of which could play into it.
Mr. Chairman, would there need to be permanently illuminated exit signs somewhere for safety and
There
code?
would be, except for
Aside
code
from-
required fire and life safety. So you're gonna have,
Yeah.
you're gonna have those, you're gonna have fire horn strobes. Those will be in the garage no matter what.
Okay, no, fine, thank you.
Also, no speaker or PA system in the garage. We know it'll be up on the field during games, that's understood. But nothing within the garage, noon, afternoon, could students such and such report to this classroom? Don't need that in the garage.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, what about student enrollment limits, which have been discussed by the commission?
Well, do you want to go there or you want to go to water testing?
Your preference,
I've
sir.
got another one, but keep.
Your
going.
preference, sir. I just
Let's
want to
go
be sure it's on there, on the
Yeah, yeah.
list somewhere,
Yeah, yeah.
so.
So let's
My
go to
good
water
deed is
testing.
done.
Let's go to water testing first. So I really like Mr. Casavant's suggestion on the offer to the neighbors to have their water tested pre-construction, and if the neighbors so desire, post-construction. How do we set specific parameters on intervals of testing, and how many? Is it in perpetuity? What do you recommend?
Just other questions to consider is also, how do we I mean, I guess if it's,
I've got an idea. Why don't you let me
Yeah,
throw
yeah,
this
go
out?
for it.
I mean, this is straightforward, right? The concern, or to me, as somebody who had a well for 30 years, the concern to me is, does it meet state standards of potability? They're clearly defined, right? And, or they're well-known. So if I were in a butter and my concern is the viability of my well and therefore my ability to live in my property, I think what we should do is offer to have their wells tested and an annual testing for potability. Now, I presume that Attorney Gelderman and perhaps Sarah would say, okay, then what do you do about it if it doesn't work? Which I understand is the critical issue, but without information, this is like, if you don't have information, you don't have any baseline. And if there is a baseline testing program in place, then there's information which presumably will deal with many of the community issues that were raised. I don't have a suggestion as to what to do for remediation or how to deal with it, but I do have a suggestion. This is like, a way to begin a dialogue. Is there a problem? I presume Attorney Gelderman would tell us that if there was an issue, you could then litigate that issue individually.
Just one other question. What radius to campus are you?
My actual thought on that would be immediate abutters. Because we're in a zone, the zone is 4, right?
Yeah.
So we have a 56,000 square foot field. Did I hear that earlier
Correct.
today?
Yep.
And a 177 vehicle garage,
Correct.
right? So I guess if it were me, I'd say the abutters who are adjacent to the property and when
Okay.
I'm, you know,
Yeah.
would be entitled to that testing program, but
The water course that goes through there and goes east to the group's reservoir cuts right through the campus.
Yeah.
So I think including all abutters on all sides.
Yeah.
Immediate abutters.
immediate butters only.
Immediate
not-
abutters only.
Yeah.
Would cover it.
And I think because unless I'm mistaken, a number of these properties are now owned by St. Luke's, so that eliminates some
I
of
believe
them,
so.
right?
Hmm.
And I think if there were 4, I think, or I
Three or
get
four.
So I think it's helpful to clarify. So St. Luke's needing to test their water at least annually and providing it to the state health department is not enough. Is not enough of a control already existing.
Right, because my concern is protecting the interests, consistent with the POCD, in attempting to protect the interests of the abutters. Not necessarily even St. Luke's, but probably St. Luke's as well. We've asserted that this project improves environmental quality. So if I'm in a butter and my well water gets better, everybody's happy.
But the condition should also be if it's going to be an annual test, it will only be to the abutters who initiate the initial test
That's right.
as a baseline.
And I would
So if
suggest,
there's only 3 or 4, maybe there's 1. Those are the ones that are getting tested.
and I suggest we only do this for a limited period of time. I don't think it needs to be a perpetuity.
Okay.
Honestly, I would say 5 years.
I think that's safe.
So what if I buy a house that abuts 2 years from now and the previous owners didn't opt into this?
You know what? My view of that is
They should have
caveat
well
emptor,
tested.
right? I mean, you're buying a property, it's, the school is there. I mean, what we're dealing with is people who own a property where the expansion is being proposed by the institutional permitted user. And we want to, those people are already there.
So I just want to make sure I have this right. So you said testing for potable water to the state's current
That's correct.
standards. So that's not going to test for PFAs or anything like that, which I think is what. the
That's
interveners would-
exactly what I'm
Okay.
trying to avoid is the PFA discussion.
Okay,
I agree with Mr. Chris on this entirely. It's another dimension we don't know about.
Right.
We can't legislate any of this stuff, but we can make sure that people who are adjacent to the property, if they wake up in 18 months and their well is no good, and we haven't done anything to at least allow for tracking, then it's not helpful.
This is Commissioner Cruz, why can't we include PFAs or PFAS chemicals in it? Even if they're not standards now, standards could emerge and simply we put information in the hands of the public.
Honestly, Mr. Chris, my answer to that is I'm trying to come up with something that makes everybody equally unhappy. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with something that's useful, but I don't know how to test for PFAS. I don't want to put an undue burden on St. Luke's, frankly, to have to respond to something that's an evolving issue, but we don't know how. I'm concerned, if PFAS is a problem, it's a problem for everybody with a well, not caused necessarily by the presence of this. I don't know.
I think the difficulty is there's no standard by which to measure them, right? Are you measuring the particulates of a certain micron size? And in 5 years, a different size will be the contaminant level? And we won't have the right information to gauge it by? There's no standard by which to establish a baseline nor determine an impact.
Well, and presumably, as the science continues to emerge, perhaps the water standards change.
Oh,
And
they
I mean,
will.
whatever the
sure
potability
they will.
standard is at that moment in time is what we're testing for.
Correct.
Do you want to speak?
Never mind,
No.
no.
So are we comfortable with the water testing recommendation?
Okay. I'm personally not comfortable at all because I think from what you've just said about how things change over time, we have no idea what, when we look back 10 years from now, what we might have been talking about now. There's no real enforcement or remediation method for this. So if you find something in the water, what do? Who does it? Who enforces it? Who's going to monitor it on this board? Somebody going to take on that responsibility? So I'm not really comfortable doing this or going there. I think there are other authorities in town and in the state that would be more appropriate to be working on this issue.
Well, I think that's why Mr. Casavant specifically stated to the state standards on potable water.
Right, but the state standards are being enforced hopefully by the state agencies. So I don't know why we're weighing in on this. That's just
Because
my,
we do that with, for
Yeah.
fire life safety by all applicable codes.
Right.
We're basically putting a statement in there that we, as a planning and zoning commission, don't have the wherewithal, the expertise, or the capacity to determine whether it's good or bad. We're deferring to a different agency, in this case, the state agency, to tell us whether it's good or bad.
okay, it's fine with me. I don't think we'll have much meaning going forward, but I understand your thinking.
So the final part of that question, which you said you don't have an answer for, is how do we remedy it if there is an issue in the future?
I mean, I guess my answer to that is at least if you have a baseline and information, somebody can litigate, right?
Somebody could litigate.
Or they can go to the DEP or somebody else. But if there's no information, how would anybody know? And homeowners, I guess, homeowners could do this individually, right? They could sit down
Mhm.
right now, they could test their well every year. And then if it's up there a year from now, they could say, I have a problem. But if there was a baseline of information, maybe it's not sufficiently large to be a statistically valid sample set. I get that, but that's my thought.
And for all of the public that is listening out there, whether it be abutting neighbors or not, you can send a water sample to the state and they will test it for you and send you back their results. It's that easy.
Is there a charge?
I think there is.
Okay.
Some
Very
small fee.
small, yeah.
20 or
We
30 bucks.
tested ours every year for 30 years when we had a
I've
well.
been paying somebody. I didn't know this.
No, it's pretty cheap.
You can get soil.
Hold on. You can do soil testing too. It's free.
Yeah.
All you have to do is send it into the
Yep.
ag office. They'll test it for you.
And you can send in your ticks and they'll test that
Test it.
for you as well.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, regarding why limit it to just abutting neighbors as opposed to those who are abutting neighbors? Since
Where do
aquifers
you
and
s-
so forth can be relatively large,
Because where do you stop?
well, you stop with just those who are abutting neighbors and stop there.
Then the abutting neighbors will say, why didn't you include me?
Well, we're just going to stick a pin in the other one.
We just did.
Okay, well, I'm just asking whether.
In the same way that we define neighbors who will have impact from a proposed application where we have a stipulation of distance from the property line, if you happen to be one of those neighbors within, 100 feet or so?
Yep, it's 100
100
feet.
foot radius, using that same sort of guideline. It's a 4-acre zone, so everyone's going to be within 100 feet.
Well, how about this, Mr. Chairman, instead of saying abutting neighbors, anyone who received a notice.
No.
So you may not necessarily be an abutting neighbor, but you're within the sort of certified mail zone.
I would not do that because sometimes with, and I believe this is the case, but sometimes people own these homes, but they don't actually live there. So like their address is, in a different town. So I would just do if the property itself is within 100 feet or direct abutters.
Yep.
100 feet is what we have in the special permit criteria or the special permit requirements, but
So leave it at that. I
Fine.
use the same language,
Fine.
within 100 feet.
Fine. 100 feet or a budding neighbor.
That's fine. And I believe Mr. Chris and Ms. Nielsen, you both had some additional conditions?
Well, he wanted to talk about enrollment caps,
Yes, ma'am.
and I
Enrollment
was
cap.
gonna talk about the tennis courts no longer being used for parking, which kind of raises the larger question of overall parking caps
Mhm.
on the site. So
Yeah.
maybe, this may be one
Both.
conversation.
I think it would be one, it's a belt and suspenders
Sure.
approach is what I'm hearing, which I think is a good one. I think it was Commissioner Cassavant who really focused the issue on, if memory serves, on limits to the number of students. So it's really, do we want to do that? And if so, where do we stick the pin as far as number of students?
I believe Pete is still on. Yeah, I see his name.
Yep, I'm here.
So Pete, what is your opinion on us being able to regulate the number of students at the school?
I think it's a slippery slope. You're talking about a private school. You wouldn't limit the enrollment in any of the public schools in town. I think it's a little bit. Is there a direct relationship between this application and the number of students? I don't know. I think that has to be thought about in some depth before it's implemented, because it's when the original permit was issued for this, as I understand it, this is not a non-conforming use. It was a special permit use from the get-go. So there probably was no limitation on or cap on students then. Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell the commission obviously what to do or not to do. I just think that needs a lot of thought.
Well, if that is this is Commissioner Chris, if that's the case, and limiting actual student enrollment may be challenging, let's put it that way, then parking becomes a way to try to get there.
Right.
And so Commissioner Nielsen mentioned eliminating, or they call it prohibiting parking on the tennis courts. I can get behind that. And limits on essentially parking, so that the parking they have now is the parking they have now, and that's that. And so there will be an increase in the number of parking spaces should the commission in its wisdom decide to approve the 177 slot garage, but that's it. No more parking.
Well, I would go further. I would go further than that. I think originally when we brought this up, we had done a quick calculation on the number of existing cars versus the number of proposed cars. I think for me, at least, this all comes down, irrespective of all these other things we've talked about, to limiting the number of parking spaces to the existing number of parking spaces, no matter how it's configured, in a parking garage, on the surface, or wherever. So if there are, what, 177 parking spaces currently?
Proposed in the garage.
What's, let's then refresh my memory. What's the current number of spaces,
There's currently,
including the spaces being used on the tennis court right now?
if my numbers are correct, we've got 124 existing parking spots plus 36 in the corral, which was going to become
Okay.
the queuing area. That's 160. And then there's approximately 80 spots in the tennis court proper that they created. So that's about 220 currently.
Well, all right, 220.
220.
So-
And so
Oh, sorry.
they have 140 faculty or staff, parking requirement. They have 80 seniors, so that reconciles with the 220 requirement. And the proposed parking garage of 177 plus if the tennis court goes away and the corral goes away, that's 124. That gets us to 300. So they have a need for 220, but they're proposing to build 300.
Okay. That's,
And which goes back to my earlier suggestion. in order to help control not only the size of the parking, but also the ability to, the potential for growth in the school, because if you're gonna grow the school, theoretically, you're gonna grow the number of seniors by some number. But it's not gonna be doubling the number of seniors, right? It might be 10, might be 20. There's some available growth there. So if you were to, instead of 300 total spots, you could eliminate some of the existing ground parking that they have and bring the total number, once the garage is done, bring the total number of parking spots down to about 260, 265 instead of 300.
So I see this a little differently. It's certainly valid how you've calculated that. I would limit the number of total parking spaces to 220, which is existing, irrespective of how it's configured, in a parking garage, on the surface. No, let me just finish my thought. The way for them to grow is to do what every other facility in town does, is to bring their students in via buses or bicycles or walking or whatever it is. They can continue growing that way. But I wouldn't grant them the opportunity to increase the number of parking spaces.
So to be clear, the 220 is their immediate need for staff, faculty, and seniors. But they need visitor spots, they need trade spots, vendor spots. There's additional parking above and beyond that they need, as any facility or parking structure would require.
Right.
So we can't limit them to 220.
Why not?
Because of what I just said. You're not gonna have any guest spots, you're not gonna have any.
But they're limited to 220 right now.
Not working.
And it's not working.
That's why they're
But
here.
once you increase the number of spots, you will increase the amount of traffic and the congestion.
Uh,
You will do that.
I disagree, because
Okay.
you currently have a fixed number of people coming into the facility via vehicle. And that same, theoretically, once the garage is finished, you're gonna have that same number of vehicles coming into the facility.
Could I go back? I'm sorry to do this. I think that we're missing the boat here entirely. We need to cap enrollment. And I would suggest that the way we do this, fairness to St. Luke's and to the community, is the following. There's obviously a significant applicant pool. I don't know whether the class has been selected for next year or not, but that to me would be the baseline, right? Offers. And I think that we should say that there should be a 10% hard cap on the number of students until we are sure that the Wilton Road problem is cleared up and that there is no queuing issue. The applicant has represented very clearly, and I believe them, that this will deal with environmental issues. It will deal with traffic issues. It will make for a better quality environment. So to me, it's really simple. They gave us superb information about enrollment and staffing and the fact that they need places. I want to give them the opportunity to grow and to succeed after the whole plan works. And if it doesn't, then we're better off.
I don't understand your thinking here. How do we curb enrollment? How do we actually get involved in their business plan in that respect?
In the exact same way that we do with with Grace Farms.
Grace Farms is a totally different environment, and it was a brand new environment from ground up.
Right.
This is an existing school that's been there for how many years? 30, 83, 40, whatever the number is.
Right.
And that's asking for permission to do a significant project on their grounds. And I think the only way that we have any control or overview on this is actually looking at parking. I don't think we can curb the enrollment. I don't think that's part of the purview of this group.
It's Commissioner Turner. This is a bit crazy, but what if we decided or crafted a way that the citizens of New Canaan would be exempt from the number of students enrolled, and that we focus on, really what is of concern about, benefits to communities outside of New Canaan. you know, could we consider an exemption that the cap on the number of students, that if you're a citizen, resident of New Canaan, that you would be exempt from that cap? Just a wild idea, just throwing it out there.
This is Commissioner Chris. The more I think about it, I think limiting specifically enrollment is going to be problematic. And I would be.
How? It's simple. You get a report from the school. How many people are enrolled? I don't understand the problem with this. And the intensity of use issue and everything else, to me, it's
No, fair
simplistic,
enough.
really.
How about that? I'd like to ask Mr. Geldman, he says we should think really hard on it. And I'm not quite sure what that meant. So could you explain why? I mean, what are the traps in here or areas of problematic language or anything else? Please enlighten us.
Well, my thinking simply is that conditions on special, that's why I asked about whether this is a special permit use or is it a non-conforming use? Because generally conditions attached to special permits have to be authorized in the regulations or agreed to specifically by an applicant. So that a cap on enrollment, for example, if this were a special permit use and that was in there initially, then it's an appropriate condition. But, and again, there's a lot of factors, including, are you treating a private school differently than you're treating a public school? I don't know if St. Luke's is a parochial school. Is it a Catholic school? I don't know. There's laws about treating religious institutions, the same way as public institutions. So I don't know if that would enter into the equation or not. I just don't know if it's the kind of condition that a court would, if someone took an appeal on that issue, if a court would determine that that was reasonably supported by the, whether that's an appropriate condition based on whatever the regulations say.
Yeah, thank you. Again, my concern is that from I guess, words of Mr. Geldman's mouth, from a litigation point of view, it may be a tough argument to make. And if there is a less tough argument through using parking issues as a constraint on growth, which is sort of where I think where we're going with this, it just strikes me as an easier tool. I hear you on the specifics because I've argued the same thing, that a limit on the enrollment is a little more direct and precise. But if there are there's a hook in there, fish hook we want to avoid for
here's the fish hook.
litigation reasons, maybe the parking is the way to go to achieve the same end.
Here's the fish hook. I think we make traffic worse by the proposed use of parking spaces. If you wish to have more use of the school, have more lower grade children who all have to be driven to school or are driven to school. Anyone who's driven past West School, East School, South School, when St. Aloysius was here, there's a preponderance of children dropped off. I'm trying to help St. Luke's get to a conclusion here. And the concerns of the neighborhood are intensity use, traffic, environment, a whole bunch of things. And if the applicant agrees to this, then what we're doing is we're setting up a response to their application that said very directly, both by head of school and by board chair, that this would solve a set of problems with a simple solution. I'm not asking them to rip up their own parking lot that's there. All we're asking to do is to have the traffic go away. And in exchange for that, put a limited cap on the percentage of students who are enrolled. I'm at a loss to understand if the applicant accepts that. If they don't, then that's fine. You have a different issue, right, I guess? I know that I, in my voting hat, as I said earlier tonight, if we were at a voting stage, I don't see how the complexity of managing to parking spaces or even ratios or others is going to get us to the conclusion. It would actually, in my opinion, cause more students to be enrolled at lower grades. Might, maybe not, I don't know, but I don't want to be involved in managing their business. I do want to be involved in responsibly responding to the POCD, the concerns of abutters, and the objectives of the school, right? We've got a clear set of objectives that can overlap.
Well, I was thinking of thinking more deeply about what you've just said. And if we approved a motion to limit the number of students, I think they would quickly withdraw this application and we'd see them in court. And maybe that's the way to go, because they're not going to go forward with an application that limits the number of students. They're interested in growth. And growth includes increasing the number of students, the number of buildings, the number of facilities, the number of programs. So once we limit their number of students, this is gone. And just like our legal representative said, most likely will be litigated. So I'll vote for that if you'd like me to.
Could I jump in?
Yes.
So two thoughts. First, in the 2013 approval, the conditions, again, relating to level of service, had a control that if the threshold wasn't met for level of service, they were not permitted to increase annual enrollment until they were brought back into compliance. That was in the regulation. It wasn't, that I'm aware, litigated by St. Luke's.
Well, what is, Sarah, I mean, you're maybe not understanding level of compliance. What do you mean by brought back into level of compliance?
So essentially in
Based on a
2013,
traffic study.
based on the traffic study. So there was a very specific threshold for level of service that the St. Luke's and North Wilton Road intersection had to meet a certain level of service. And if they no longer complied with the threshold listed in the condition of approval, they were not permitted to increase enrollment until they brought themselves back into compliance of that.
Okay, so two questions on that. That's good that you brought that up. One, how many students were enrolled at 2012, 2013?
531.
And how many are currently enrolled?
603.
So they have increased it. So that means they've complied with the issues?
That's what the traffic report was about.
Yeah, so,
So they still comply with the 2013 thresholds that were put in place.
Yeah.
But so my other thought was, there's been a lot of back and forth. Does there need to be a straw vote of who's in favor of trying to limit enrollment versus who's in favor of limiting parking spaces? I don't know if that would help the conversation.
Well,
flow
notwithstanding, this goes to my point, is this has already been used here before with this school. So, and the applicant has directly said they think things are going to get better. So I'm actually giving the applicant what I think is a better alternative,
Mhm.
because we're saying, if you meet all this, you can grow. If you don't,
I would agree with Mr. Casavant, because the applicant has stated with this garage solution and this new queuing solution that the congestion and the backup and queuing onto North Wilton Road will go away.
okay, that means there has to be
So, so
very close standards and compliance outlines. And
if we apply the same conditions that we did in 2013, that the level of service and the queuing length and everything else, that there's no degradation, because theoretically, once the site is completed, we could require a traffic study based on a completed site, that there's an improvement and no degradation to that level of service, then there could be an opportunity for them to add student enrollment.
Okay, so look, here's a question that I hope you can answer. So traffic then theoretically has, and issues with traffic have improved since 2013. That's what you're saying.
Improved or stayed the same?
So.
And how have we measured that?
Sure. So in 2012, when the application was submitted, they were operating at a certain level of service. And then the condition was that there had to be a 20% improvement post-construction from those existing 2012 conditions. They, in their traffic study, don't hold me to the exact number, but they are operating 60% improved today compared to the 2012 levels.
And, okay, is that in a document?
Yes, that's in the.
In a
that's in the
comparative
traffic-
study
That is in the.
showing the exact numbers and dates and
Yes, that
all the
was,
data?
that was a requirement as part of the special permit application and was presented to this commission, I would say twice over the, it's very much in the record.
So we could put that same criteria and condition on this application in terms of measuring the level of service and the queuing on site and back onto Wilton Road. So,
So it's basically the same condition from 2013 with an addition of counting the queue
mhm,
on North Walton Road.
mhm.
Commissioner Chris, but would there be a hard stop and thou shalt not exceed this number of students?
Well,
Is
there
that
is.
part of it?
Well, yeah, there is.
I actually haven't suggested a hard stop on numbers. What I'm trying to do is,
Hmm.
is put
The
a-
ability to grow.
the ability to grow contingent upon meeting the community needs.
Which is,
With
I think,
no
what
more
the
parking.
2013 does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
No more
I'm,
parking.
I'm not suggesting this is a new
So, but
approach.
yeah, that's your, so,
With no more parking.
but what about adding parking in the future? Or are we saying this is the end of parking? Or end
I'm-
of adding parking?
I have,
I'm
I
saying
have
that.
no opinion about some future parking permit application that may come from St. Luke's.
Well,
I'm-
if it's not a parking structure, if we were to approve this application with the proposed parking structure, and they in the future wanted to add additional surface parking, they don't have to come back to us, correct? Or do they?
So there are a lot of factors that play into that. If they're disturbing more than 10,000 square feet of an area, they need a special permit for grading. If they're grading more than 1,000 cubic yards, they need a special permit. So
I think
I
that's a
can't give you a
yes.
yes or no.
They
I
could do a
think
lot
one of those
little
trip
little
wires
ones.
would
Yeah.
be tripped.
Likely, yes.
So
What about given the building coverage issue? I mean, I'm just looking at the proposed site plan and as an architect, looking at what the potential for future expansion on this site might be, knowing all those things going through my head, knowing that they've purchased the property to the south, and they've purchased the 3 properties to the east. We don't need I don't need a statement from the applicant saying, I don't know what I'm doing in the future. I know what you're doing in the
Yeah,
future.
it's
right?
straightforward.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
So looking at the site plan, the most opportunistic location for an additional structure on this site would be the tennis courts. Take the footprint of the current impervious area and build a new building there.
Right.
They
You'd
don't
have to
have a-
support it, but
Yeah, they
could
don't have-
they?
They don't have available building coverage to do so.
Okay.
Okay, can I just go backwards because now I was confused before, now I'm really
Parking
confused.
lots.
I heard that there was a statement about capping the number of students. And then I heard a statement that there was no hard cap. So what is it? Did you want to cap the number of students or did you want to just say something that is more?
You asking me out?
Yes.
Yeah, what I suggested is that I think that we need some control until the plan works. Personally, I think it's up to our committee to come up with a recommendation here, not me, right? I come up with too many ideas tonight. But what I'm trying to do is find a workable solution. I'm open to a variety of those solutions. I have one that I do, but I don't want to go to it. Okay, I think other people should make some suggestions here, what they find and deem to be appropriate. I keep pointing out this 2013 thing, which I had pointed out in a prior meeting. This already exists.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive to what our own attorney has said, but I don't understand that given the 2013 already existing rule.
I personally,
Can I
like the
just-
language-
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Dan, I just want to add, my comments were prior to my prior comments. I was not aware of the condition of the 2013 modification or approval. That's why I prefaced it by saying, I'm not sure what conditions, whether this was a special permit, whether this was a non-conforming use that makes a difference as to what it was. But if there was a prior condition that tied in enrollment to traffic, and it was an acceptable condition, there's no reason it can't be utilized again.
Can I ask, from the measure of traffic, I know we talked about intensity of use. Do we feel comfortable with that, the queuing and the measures of traffic that were documented as far as the backup of the queues? I mean, I was just curious on, that was a very finite description of traffic, i.e. what is the queue length leading up to the entrance to St. Luke's? So from an intensity of use perspective, if, again, the flow is coming off the road, in theory, that means that, the traffic's clear and people can drive from 123 all the way across to Valley, no problem. So are we comfortable with just the level of traffic performance being at that stop sign? Because it was a relatively narrow description in terms of level of service.
Well, it's not just the queue length, it's the queue timing. Is it half an hour during the day? Is it 3 hours during the day? Is it
I think the way
all
they
day?
did very specifically talk about
Yeah.
like the max queue during the drop off and pickup, Alan. So I think there was a definition. I'm comfortable with it as it
Right.
sits. I just want to make sure that we align to that because I feel like we've been discussing traffic in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I would,
Talking about intensity of use with additional parking spaces drawing additional traffic.
yeah, I'm going to have to go back to the study and actually read the study because there's something here that we're saying things in more in generalities than in specifics. I want to look at the actual data and see how the data breaks down. It's very hard for me to see that this situation's improved, but we're still here discussing the situation. That is very difficult for the neighborhood. So maybe it has, but I'll take a look. I'll take a deep dive into that between now and the next session.
So,
It's-
Mr. Chairman,
It's
specifically, what are
Commissioner
we?
Turner.
So, oh, please, go ahead, Commissioner Turner.
Sorry. The analysis that was done was a visual observation by the applicant's traffic consultant. By simply saying that if you can eliminate 50, 60 cars on site, that suddenly there's no backup on North Wilton Road. It's not founded on anything other than an opinion. There's no scientific, there's no modeling, there's nothing that substantiates what this person is saying. So I don't think for a moment that that testimony means anything. It's not accurate.
I think what they represented in the report was that because they were creating a corral of where the queuing would happen, there's currently 36 parking spots in that area, and they're changing that into a multi-lane queue area, similar to what you would get into when you're boarding a ferry, for example. And the capacity.
Taxis at
of-
LaGuardia.
Yeah. So the capacity of that queue zone was sufficient enough to alleviate the backup onto North Wilton Road. That's what I understood from the report and from the consultant.
Yes.
I
and
agree.
I agree. However, the reality is that you have all of this traffic trying to enter and exit at this one point, and you can't suddenly have, an opening within the site of 60 or 50 parking spaces and think that this traffic that flows into the site is going to occupy that. It doesn't happen that way. there's dynamics about the movement of cars and the way people drive. It's not a valid analysis of the backup that might be created or not.
So you're actually saying my so-called deep dive into the statistics is not a warranted activity because there really aren't any statistics. Correct?
He doesn't believe the traffic. consultant.
Correct.
Well, he's saying it was an observation and was hearsay, basically. There was not actually a report that had specific statistics in it from before and after.
Correct.
Okay. I'll put that
So
on hold then.
I would just caveat that this was a traffic study and report done by a licensed professional engineer, and the commission should, or, you know, in theory, you may want to consider it as expert testimony, that someone staked their professional engineering license on this plan.
Sarah, I'm sorry, I beg to differ. They're not putting their professional license on the discussion here. They are offering as a professional their observation based on a site visit of one day and their opinion. And yes, they are professionals and they have knowledge about what's going on, but it's not backed up by any kind of science, metrics, any kind of modeling that would prove that this person's opinion as a professional is correct.
I'm not sure how else we get there, Mr. Turner. I mean,
It's what we have
that's,
to go on.
that's basically the role of the traffic engineer, is to develop an assessment and develop a recommendation for solving the problem.
You're talking about
are-
the role of a traffic engineer versus the role of a consultant. And sometimes they come into conflict with each other. And I think that's what's being said here. A consultant for hire who's coming up with an observation is very different than a report that has statistics, data, and science applied to it. And I'm hearing that does not exist.
No, that,
Some
we
of us
have.
think it does exist.
We do. We have a traffic report from a licensed traffic engineer with the data identifying the level of service, the frequency of use, the queue length, the timing of it. We have all of that.
Okay, then I would like to see that. I'd like
It's
to
in the
read that.
record.
It's online.
Okay.
It's on- it's there.
And I guess I would say that if people on this commission did not find that to be plausible, then that's something that should have been questioned when the
Yeah.
record was open, and we should have solicited another opinion on behalf of this commission, and that wasn't done. So at this point, what we have to go on is what's in the record.
Right.
So again, Mr. Chairman, what specifically are we proposing regarding limits on enrollment tied to traffic matters? Seems to be one of them, and the other is limits on the number of parking slots on site.
So to go with the enrollment, Sarah, could I ask you to just read that paragraph from the 2013 resolution again?
Yeah. Okay, so it's kind of two, but I think, okay. So after split arrivals, commence level of service / delay resulting from on-campus enrollment increases shall at all times be a minimum of 20% improved from the existing conditions shown in the traffic access and impact study dated November 2012, and the applicant shall be required to take action as soon as possible to mitigate traffic conditions which go below this minimum 20% improvement level so as to restore the minimum 20% improvement. Unless authorized by the commission, there shall be no additional increase in enrollment until the level of service / delay once again is a minimum of 20% improved from the existing conditions shown in the traffic access and impact study dated November 2012.
So the takeaway from that is, for this particular application, the applicant is representing that they're going to solve the North Wilton Road queuing issue and the backup issue.
Yes, that was a representation.
And if that's the case, we could easily evaluate and measure via a licensed traffic engineer to develop a report post-construction to tell us whether that has been solved. And if it hasn't, then the applicant cannot increase enrollment until the stated, solution with the parking garage is restored. Because historically, that has always been the primary concern of the neighbors is the traffic, the flow and volume of the traffic and the level of queuing on North Wilton Road. So applicant has already stated that they have a solution to solve that, and we should hold them to it.
So if I understand it correctly, Mr. Chairman, they built the parking garage. They run another traffic test. If they pass the traffic test, let's call it, they can increase enrollment with no limits to that, but they can increase enrollment until some other tripwire is hit. And that tripwire of enrollment is what?
The degradation in traffic and
No,
queuing.
but they have to do the
That's
traffic
another number.
study
Yep.
every 53 students.
So you
I
could,
remember it was
you
50
could
something. I
change
couldn't remember
that.
what it was.
You could change that number if you
We could
felt
change
the
it.
need
That was
to.
10% of the original enrollment, so.
Okay, perhaps I would suggest a smaller number, and if we also limit on-site parking, it becomes, which is the binding constraint? It's like a linear programming problem. And that, one may be constraining it or the other, but together, they would provide a limitation on intensity of use of the site. Could be through one way or another, but I would see that as because that I think is what we've been talking about, is to limit intensity of site use. And these are ways to do that. I would suggest that the number would be perhaps a smaller number to give this commission more flexibility. Since we don't know the tolerances, so for example, if you fix it and then you add another even 10 cars, it sort of bumps over the edge. You're not quite sure how close you are to the edge, except you made it, but you're not quite sure did you make it by a field goal or a couple touchdowns or what? We don't know. By having a lower number, it provides a more frequent reality check on the traffic situation. So that would be my suggestion and my reasoning for doing so.
And the frequency you'd recommend?
No, it wouldn't be frequency. It would be whenever you have an increase in enrollment among a certain level, then you have to do the traffic study again. And if you don't pass,
You're saying
no
use something
increase.
smaller than the 53 that we used last
Yes,
time.
Right.
yes, it'd
So
be
if they're at
a tighter standard.
Right, so if they're at 603 right now, if we said it was 5%, if their
Just do an
enrollment
even
grew by,
30, even 30 then.
you'd be 30.
Yeah.
So if it grew by 30, they'd have to redo the traffic study and prove that they're equal to or better than what was established at the completion of the garage.
Yeah. 30 said, I can go with 30, 25 to 30, pick one.
Yeah.
And a limit on parking, which we still need to.
It took them 10 years to get to the 53 student threshold the first time. So I don't even think 30 would necessarily, if they continue at that growth, it's not going to be like every year. It'd probably
Right.
be
5
4 or
years.
5.
I would say
yeah.
25, frankly. I would cut it in half more or less and call it 25. I like round numbers. That would be me.
30's a round number.
I like round. 25 is
I'm not
a
gonna
rounder
argue with
number.
you
Yeah,
that
I like
it's
25. It's more or less
10:57.
half.
I
It's more or
just-
less half.
I think the 30 gives us some validity in terms of percentage of the enrollment of the students as well.
Fair
so,
enough. Fair enough.
And then going to the number of parking spots. 300 total. And that provides roughly 80 spots of headroom? Or are we
300 meaning what they'll have on
what
site
they'll
after this.
at the
garage
final,
is
yeah, correct.
Which
completed.
is an increase of how many over the current? I think it's like 70,
It's about 80.
70 and
Currently,
change.
Yeah, it's
220 was the basic
It was
mean.
220, so it's an increase of 80.
About 80, okay. That's it. You got your increase.
So the total 300.
That's it.
Well, what do you mean he has his increase?
Well, the increase is, they have an increased number of parking spaces on site because of the building of the garage. Should we allow that?
Hmm.
That's 177 slots. We eliminate any parking on the tennis courts, which are not designed for parking, and as far as runoff and all kinds of other bad stuff,
Mhm.
that goes away. And that's the number of parking slots they can have on campus. Now, they can increase throughput by simply putting people on buses. That's a solution. Up to them if they want to do that, but certainly that would decrease the need for parking on campus because you're bringing people in, you're dropping them off, you're leaving the campus. Again,
And as a reminder, just
decision for them.
in general, anyone could come back to request to amend a special permit approval. Grace Farms tomorrow could come and ask to amend a condition you put on. So while it is a control, it's not necessarily fully regulating everything.
And
I happen to have the study open and I'm reading it right now. And a couple of things that are diverge from the study itself to what's been said in the room tonight. One is that they do have statistics and they have run tests and they have used certain methodology. And one of the conclusions here, I mean, there's a lot of conclusions and graphs and so on. I'm not going to bore everybody with everything. You can read it on your own. Is that the 2023 existing conditions analysis maintains the same level of service for each intersection as was identified for the existing conditions in 2012. So it hasn't lessened the number of problems. It's just remained the same. And then you'd have to go into the graphs. In some cases, they've increased. In some cases, they've decreased. But the photographs of this situation, the queuing photographs are, and I haven't been in this situation, but they're pretty.
They're not good.
They're not good. Thank you. They're not good. So it's not giving us the results that we were talking about decreasing the problems. It's basically saying the problems exist in the same manner they did before. But there are
About decreasing the length of time for queuing.
well,
That's where they get to the decrease.
one of the problems here is it doesn't have an analysis that I can see immediately that shows that the time issue. They have a very good graph for 2023. I don't see the same for 2013 or 12. So I have to look at this much more clearly. It's a very short report. It's only 11 pages. So I will take a look at it and I will, if we have a moment where we need to have me report back on it, I will definitely do that.
So page 6 of the report clearly states that the northbound approach, which is what's referenced in the 2013 resolution, the approximate, it's a 187-second delay, peak hour, which is a 65% improvement to the 2012 existing conditions, which was a 535-second.
Yeah, but you can pick out other data. It says the weekend morning peak hour is increased by 8.8%.
No, so I understand. I'm talking specifically about the 2013 condition and
Yeah.
specifically that.
There are a lot of details here that need to be parsed out against each other. So rather than picking a specific thing, which will prove your case, my case, their case, whatever.
I'm just specifically talking about the 2013 to ensure compliance with that because
Okay.
that's
which they have,
important.
they have complied and they've proved.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
part of the 2013, I'm sorry, were you done, Mr. Swerdlow?
for the moment.
Part of the 2013 application, if I remember correctly, that was the addition and expansion to the main Scholastic building, correct?
Yes.
which then facilitated the growth that they experienced from 530 to 603.
Yep.
Okay, so theoretically, any additional growth beyond the 603, they would somehow need to figure out how to build additional space
Or increase class size.
or increase class size, which would probably create mutiny in people who pay for their kids to be in 10 kids per classroom settings. Theoretically,
theory.
I'm just making a statement. So
Okay.
there would definitely need to be an additional level of application and special permit modifications if the enrollment was to increase by any significant degree. Which, even if we approve this, they're plumb out of building coverage allotment on the site.
By the way, just, I'm picking and choosing another statement in here, so it's not comprehensive. But it does say on page 11 that as these delays are very minimal, achieving a 20% improvement is not feasible, nor would any reduction be perceptible to a driver.
Yes,
Page
that was for-
11, bullet
For
point.
all of the intersections excluding that one from
Okay.
the 2013.
So
Yeah.
this needs to be fully digested.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So are we comfortable with the stated total number of parking spots as proposed by the applicant, including the queue, corral, and the removal of tennis court parking and the proposed garage capacity, which equates to approximately 300 spots total on site?
So that would be the limit on parking on the site.
Correct.
Combined with the mandatory review of.
Correct.
Of traffic conditions, if enrollment should exceed, would grow by 30 people from date we pick X, whatever date we pick.
Correct.
That's where you're going. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So let me understand something, that we have 300 spots and 140 staff.
Mhm.
So that leaves 160 visitor and student
Mhm.
spots.
Mhm.
So that is actually going to raise the question of, if there are, let's say, 100 seniors, will we have juniors driving? I mean, and is that, do we care? I mean, I don't know.
We could continue to limit that. We could put a condition in there that juniors are not allowed to park in there to mitigate the traffic issue.
I'm not suggesting that we need that. I'm just going through algebra
Why do we
here.
care?
Well, technically, we don't, because what we're concerned about is the level of traffic and service on the road and on the queuing.
But if they're not driving themselves, presumably their parents are driving them. So either way,
Correct.
it's a
So either
vehicle
way.
trip.
It's a double trip,
It's a double trip if the parents are driving.
which the applicant mentioned and I think is real.
Yeah.
If you're a student and you drive, you're in the morning, you come out in the evening. If you're a parent, you come in the morning, you leave, come back, it's a double.
Yeah, in this particular case, it wasn't a suggestion. It was just simply a question on the numbers.
Mr. Chairman, hold on, this is Commissioner Chris. I mean, my sense is that taking the existing special permit conditions and modifying for a 30 number as opposed to the current number, I think is an improvement. It will help us catch potential traffic issues sooner, by definition, because it's a lower bogey that would trip that analysis, and a limit on the number of parking spaces, I think, combined from a linear programming perspective, will result in a good way to meter the intensity of use, which is an issue this commission is focused on. I think combined, they will do a reasonably good job, my view.
Agreed. And as part of the conditions, are we able to put a stipulation in there that any further parking areas added to the site, be it even on grade parking, that they would have to come back to us?
So I think the 300 parking space max
That covers
does
it.
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think that does the trick.
That's fine.
I mean, it feels silly to say, but I would say 300 striped parking spaces or so that we don't see them using tennis courts, fields, other, whatever. I guess it's 300 regardless, but
Designated parking
designated,
spots.
yeah.
Okay. Anything further, commissioners?
They can't use it for storage or any like vehicles that were for maintenance or anything that stay in that garage for a long time.
They can, I think part of your
Yeah, that was
conditions
for
was
any-
that school vehicles could be stored or parked there overnight, but not any other.
Anybody else.
Anybody else is not allowed to. They can't be rented as a storage facility, put it that way.
Yeah, they're not in the commercial garage parking business.
Right.
It has to be their customer, essentially their customers, visitors to their establishment and their own vehicles, that's it.
Do you all want to do a straw vote based on those conditions and discussion?
Sure. Do you have enough at this point?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. So we'll call a vote on this. Again, to be clear, what we're voting on, a yes is in support.
Not about a sense.
Sorry, a sense straw vote. A yes is in support of the special permit conditions and of the special permit approval and conditions that we just discussed. So yes is for it, no is against. Art Casavant,
No,
you're not for it.
not yet. I'm
Okay.
not saying I'm like Mr. Swerdlow before. I'd like to think a little bit more about
That's fine.
some of the conclusions.
Totally
So
fine.
if I have to say yes or no, I'd say.
Okay. Mr. Herring,
Yes.
Mr. Chris,
I'd probably say yes, but I still want to think about it. It's sort of close. There's some things I might want to think about adding, but you're certainly well within shouting distance of me being yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Larson,
Yes.
Nielsen,
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Swerdlow
No,
and Mr. Turner.
No.
Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3 no's. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. Sorry. Yeah, 4 yeses and 1 undecided.
maybe.
For the people that are no's, just so Sarah has direction, are you no's because of the conditions or you would be a denial regardless? Like, is it the conditions that are throwing you off and you just don't like the things that we've said and therefore you would vote no? Or is it would be a no because it's a denial of this project
Just-
regardless?
Make sure your mic's on.
Oh,
It
it
is.
is. Just, did everyone hear me?
Mhm.
I'm just trying to help Sarah so she knows whether she needs to draft a resolution of denial in addition, or if your issues are with the conditions we've stated and that's where the problem will come.
So I'll speak first.
Yeah.
I believe that we have probably improved the overall quality of this proposal tonight. I want to reflect on the conditions. I'm not an absolutely no. I still think that we have to balance the objectives of St. Luke's, the objectives of the community, and its compliance with POCD.
So I don't hear in that you need to see a draft for denial necessarily. You just need to think about the conditions.
That's correct.
Anyone else from the nose?
Wardlow, Mr. Turner? Any opinions on that?
Yes, Commissioner Turner, I agree with Commissioner Casavant and what he has said. I'm still struggling with the overall impact that this application has. The conditions are reasonable. I think, that there's a compromise here. I'm a bit on the fence. But I'm still not convinced that this application will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood. And perhaps the conditions don't go far enough.
Fair enough. Commissioner Swerdlow?
So for me, this comes down to parking. And when I look at the photographs and glanced at the report, it's just totally unacceptable what's going on there today. And I don't think by increasing the number of parking spaces to 300, that's somehow magically going to improve the situation. Even if the corral could take 45 cars off the street, according to this report. If we worked on the number of maximum parking spaces, I said 220 originally, you've said 300. We brought it really close to 250, like 251. You might have a yes from me. And not that you necessarily need it, but that's where I'm at right now.
As Commissioner Chris, I'm going to chime in too, since I'm a bit on the fence. Even though I suggested through wordsmithing of a text change, I'll repeat that I haven't decided how I would even vote on my own resolution. So I remain concerned about the precedent. I remain concerned about the effects on neighbors of this structure, and whether it's in the best long-term interests of New Canaan. On the other side, the queuing situation on North Wilton Road is a mess, in my opinion, and alleviating that would be a plus for the town. So I'm trying to balance these matters. As regards the specific conditions on the special permit, let's assume that the suggestion I made for wordsmithing of the text change goes through, just for illustrative purposes. Where I am is that is there a way to tighten it further? And I'd just like to reflect on that a bit. So I think we're kind of within shouting distance of something, assuming I'm not assuming I'm going to vote for it. It would be whether it should be a little tighter. And again, I would appreciate from Ms. Carey a draft, certainly in time for members of the commission to be able to reflect on it, think about it prior to next week's meeting, where I assume we're going to vote on it. So
No, so
Week
that
after
was,
next?
so we do have a meeting next week, but
Sorry, I
we have-
misspoke.
we have 65 days from when the application closed on March 26th to make a decision. So I believe the intention was to vote at the May hearing.
Sorry.
Um,
Fair enough. But anyway, so we have time to reflect on it thoughtfully. Mr. Chairman, a question, reveal my ignorance. Will we have an opportunity to discuss this at next week's meeting, perhaps if there's a need to?
Not on the agenda currently,
Okay. Asked and answered.
but, and correct me if I'm wrong, but once the draft goes out, if there are recommendations that you would like to further wordsmith to anyone, we can suggest those to Sarah.
Send those to her. Fair enough.
She can further refine it so that we can get as close as possible to a votable resolution.
Wise suggestion. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
And just to be crystal clear, so I have very clear directions. So what I'm hearing is I should not be drafting a denial resolution, that I'm specifically focusing on an approval resolution with the conditions that were outlined tonight.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
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 So then
We can try both.
okay, so if we do so, I need more clarity on what specifically should be included in the denial resolution. You know, what special permit criteria they are not meeting, what expert testimony you do or do not accept, just so I need more information on what specifically
Yeah, and,
are the
and,
reasons for denial.
and we're not gonna be able to get to that right now at 11:20 PM. But what I would ask is the three people that were either on the fence or no's, Mr. Cassavant, Mr. Swerdlow, Mr. Turner, and Mr. Chris, you were kind of on the fence. But if the four of you do have opinions on that and have supporting information for the denial, please share that with Sarah prior to, I would ask that you share it with her within the next week to 2 weeks, so she has time to put it together for the May meeting.
That's fair.
We good? Anything further that we need to go over?
I don't think so.
We're good. We're not doing any votes tonight. We are done for tonight. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.